There we go. Hello, folks. How's it going? We should have the game up now. We do. And hello, everybody. We're going to witness some more. We seem to be in the end area where we do these cool, like, draw-on bridges and stuff. I assume we're doing another one here. Probably another one down there. This looks annoying, what with the colors and all. But we can probably figure it out. I was planning on streaming yesterday, but somebody, I don't know which name you would prefer to go by, but the Twitch name is QOO, or Koo maybe. Heard me talk about how much I wanted to see other people play Return of the Obra and then he did, and or they did, and put it on YouTube and just PM me the link. So I've been watching that like a lot, probably more than I should. I'm having a really good time because I really like watching other people play that game. I'm on like part 8 of 13, I think now. But I've been watching that. I watched it like all yesterday instead of streaming like I was planning on doing. But we've got a couple hours to kill here, maybe like 3 that we can probably get some witnessing done in, which should be good times. And I don't want to like complain too much. Like last time I complained a lot about this area. Up there really sucked. Like the sort of flashy puzzles and the spinny puzzles and stuff. Like I really didn't like that. It was like, let's just, it's sort of the same thing that's happening here, in that like this would theoretically just be an easy puzzle if it wasn't just flashing all the time. But it seems to be consistently flashing. And it's just sort of annoying, right? Like, it's not particularly a hard puzzle, even with the flashing there. But, so, like, it's just taking this thing that, like, we already know how to do and making it, like, slightly more annoying. Which, like, I kind of get as a process a little bit. But the one down there was, or up there was super annoying for me. Like, remember when, so that one right there, when you did it, the puzzle spun in a circle while you were trying to accomplish it. And I'm actually really sensitive to motion sickness and stuff. Like, there's a lot of games out there that if they're designed for like a console rather than PC, the FOV is really narrow because they sort of expect you to be back on a couch rather than right up against the monitor, and I literally can't play them because they make me nauseous to play for too long. I'm very sensitive to that kind of stuff. I always have been, even as a kid. And that puzzle, solving that made me so sick I had to lie down for 2 hours after I finished streaming. Like, I just had to lie down until I stopped feeling sick, and it was like 2 hours. So that was like actually really, really, really unpleasant. And I'm just hoping there's nothing more like that, because I feel like we're getting pretty close to the end, and I want to finish this. Not because like I want it to be over. I'm having a good time. It's fun. Otherwise I wouldn't keep streaming it. But like, I feel like we're getting close to the end, and I want the satisfaction of finishing it. And then I want to like probably move on to something else, because I'm sure there's a ton of fun games out there that would be fun to puzzle through together. Okay, so let's like, I did this one like very easily without even talking about it, but if you just watch, like the thing that I've sort of learned about these color puzzles is it doesn't really matter what color the colors are or what color the squares are. You just need to know what am I trying to say? You just need to know which ones are the same as each other, right? That's the bit that matters. So if you like look at these ones flashing, these 3 are always flashing the same color, and these 3 are flashing the same color, so I know which ones are the same. It's sort of the same procedure over here, but it's only half flashing. So like we know that these 2 are the same color, and then if we watch this other half here, it's the same as these, right? So this, and these 2 are the same, and then these 3 are the same. So if we went like this, it's probably going to be the... Oh, I missed the thing. Oops. If we went like this, it's probably going to be fine. Oh, I didn't cover that one. There we go. And then nope. Why is that one? Oh, because I keep like just aggressively not listening to myself about which ones are the same and which ones aren't. Like I said, which ones are the same. I know which ones are the same, and then I'm not cutting them off. There. If I listen to my own advice, it's fine. So now we've got a star, which is a bit annoying. But we know that the star is yellow, and we know that this is yellow. So if this flashes the same as this, which it's not, then we know that the star is yellow, but it isn't. So this star has to be in exactly one area with another yellow thing. This one has to be in exactly one area with one that's the same as it, which seems to be this one. So, like, would that just not be okay? Oh no, we have to separate these. This is the thing, though, is I don't know. I think that one is yellow. Right, I need to overcome that. Those are flashing the same. Those are not the same, apparently. Are those not the same? It's hard to tell. Purple, red, green, purple, green, red. It's hard to tell if those are the same or not. Blue, I think it's the same as this one. I think it's the same as this one. But this one is not the same. I think that one is the same as that one. So maybe that one is the same as this. And we need to cut that off. Those are unhappy now. Doesn't like that. It's not gonna like that either. It doesn't like those because those are different. God, I understand the theory for this. It's just really annoying to actually process out. This yellow one needs to be in the same as one other yellow one, which could be that. So I could like split this and go something like this. But this star is not yellow. The star is the same as this bottom one, which I think is like this teal color. But when it flashes purple, if it's teal. Yeah, so I think this bottom one is this teal color. So this won't work. Because I don't have exactly one thing in the star. The star doesn't care about the blue thing, but the blue thing does care about the ones that aren't blue, right? So if I do this, the star is going to be mad, and if I do like this, then these are going to be mad because the star is with the blue thing. So I need to get the star with a yellow one, but not with one of the blue ones. And then I think, but I'm pretty sure we've determined that that star is not correct. Oh, I think my girlfriend's parents are here, so I might need to go say hello for a brief moment instead of being on stream. I didn't realize they were going to be here. Oops. Probably should not have. So these are yellow. This top one isn't yellow. It's the same as those bottom ones. But I need to get this star in with a yellow one. So that star is now in with a yellow one. That's fine. This yellow one is going to need to, but that won't work because the star needs to be with precisely one yellow one. It's going to be unhappy about that. So the star needs to be with one yellow one, and it has to be just yellow. Like I can't. So if I do something like this, that's fine. Like that left side is solved. But now I need to get this that star in with the bottom one and not with this one, and also not with this one is the problem because that one is yellow. So I would need to go like That yellow one is the same as what? When it's purple, it should be yellow. No, I don't think either of those are yellow. That star isn't yellow either, so... But if I get precisely one yellow one in there, like that... Yeah, but that won't work with that blue one. The rotating colors is driving me nuts. Right, so that solves that. That's not a problem. Problem then just becomes this part, right? We need the star to not be cut off from that. We do want it to be cut off from this yellow one, but not from that bottom thing. Because it's that bottom one that is the bit we seem to care about. Right, that will be unhappy. Pretty sure that bottom one is not yellow. It is not, so this isn't going to be good, right? What if I got this star in with like this one? Or I could get the star in with like this guy. But then this blue one isn't going to be happy. So I would have to go like this. But I've already done that. Like, that's already a thing that has been done. Now the star is going to be unhappy because it's not with exactly one yellow one, right? Yeah. So I'd have to cut off this completely somehow. And that's not going to work because that one isn't yellow. And it's also going to be mad about the star. Those two are not the same anymore. I feel like I should probably go say hi instead of just sitting here streaming. So give me a minute. I'm gonna go. I shouldn't have started, frankly, but I forgot they were coming. I'll only be like a minute or two while I work this out, or while I say hello. Okay, so BRB. Hello, I'm very sorry about that. My girlfriend's parents came to visit and I forgot. I figured I should not be rude. You know, say hello, etc. So we're actually here now. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, where were we? Solving this thing. Okay, so this star is not the same as this. This star, so this one is yellow, this one is yellow, this one is yellow, this one is blue, blue, blue. So if we like cut off the blue one completely and then went like this, then something like this, that works. Okay, apparently all I needed to do is step away and look at this in a different angle when we had it done. Okay. Now we've got a Tetris piece as well involved, which is a bit annoying. Yeah, oh man. I started the stream and then I ranted for a bit. And then my girlfriend's parents came to visit and I figured I should not be rude and go say hello, so I had to swap and have an away screen up for a while. But at the start, I ranted about this area a little bit. I don't like the... Like, it's the same puzzle, but we're just making it sort of arbitrarily harder for not any particular reason. This, I think, is okay, right? Where it's still not it's just a little bit more challenge, because you kind of have to work out what the colors are, or at least which ones are the same as other things. Like, I think that's fine. But man, that stuff was absolute garbage. So like when you're trying to like click on it and it like rotates faster or whatever, that doesn't make it harder. That just makes it annoying. Like you don't have to think in any way. You don't have to think harder about what you're doing or solve the puzzle in an easier way. You just have to do it and deal with it. But I'm not even joking. Remember at the end of last stream when I said that I got nauseous from the spinny puzzle here at the end? I'm very sensitive to like motion sickness and stuff, and there's a lot of games I just can't play because the FOV is too narrow and it makes me feel sick. That puzzle made me so nauseous I had to lie down for 2 hours after I stopped streaming. Like that, if that was early in the game, like if that spinny puzzle was like the 10th puzzle I encountered, I would have quit and not played again because that was so bad. So please, I hope there aren't any more of those. And I'm not exaggerating. That's not me being like over dramatic or anything. I had to lie down for a long time after that puzzle before I felt good enough to do anything else. Oh man, so speaking of T-Self being here, there's another viewer, QOO, I guess, who has been watching my like witness VODs and shown up a few times for these. So I'm just thinking of like regular witness viewers, I guess. Who heard me talk about Return of the Oberdin and then recorded an entire blind playthrough on YouTube and then DM'd it to me. And like that's why I didn't stream yesterday, is because I've been watching that and having a really good time. It's really fun. I'd love to see you do that, T-Self. I think it's something that you would enjoy as well, sort of puzzly logic type thing. I'd love to see you stream that at some point too. Okay, so what we have learned about these sort of things is my attitude to these color puzzles has changed quite a bit. It doesn't really matter so much what color they are, it just matters which ones are the same. So we need to figure, like, so this star, this piece, and this thing are flashing in the same pattern. This, and this are flashing in the same pattern. So these three are the same color, these three are the same color. And then if we just look for when it turns blue, okay, and that one is pink when it turns blue, and that one is green when it turns blue. So this, and this are green, and this, and this are purple. So we need to get the star with exactly one other purple thing, but not anything else. So if we just cut that off totally, that's going to solve the purple side. And then we're going to need to separate the other purple one. That other purple one might be a bit of an issue. I could always do that first. I feel like this is the type of thing that might be better on a spreadsheet. But it's a big one. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 6x6. Like, I think this would be better on a spreadsheet, but I'm also very tempted to just not do it on a spreadsheet because I think it will be annoying to do on a spreadsheet. Like, I think like the only reason that I'm thinking of doing that is because I think the spreadsheet will be annoying to solve. So I can't put that there, right? Because those are different colors. So the end of this puzzle, like the last little bit, is this, right? Because that, if I click this, those two things that are in there are not going to flash. I've spreadsheeted a lot of things, and I definitely could have gotten through some puzzles faster if I spreadsheeted them. But I'm also like, I feel like it's very boring to watch. So I don't really want to actually spreadsheet stuff all the time. Okay, so now we have the end solved. Then we need to get... Basically, we're gonna need to separate these in some way as well, because those are purple. So then if I go something like... Oops. We're gonna need to go like this. Those are purple, those are blue, or those are both green ones. And those bottom ones are also purple. So we're gonna have to separate those first. So if we went like this. Oops, I did the shape wrong. So I think we need to cut this off first. What did we do wrong there? Oh, I didn't cut this off. Right. Because I need to separate those. That bottom one is purple, however. So I also need to cut these off. Right. So I'm going to need to do something about this first. Why is that wrong? Oh, that's too long. No, that's right. Because those two are the same, because they're flashing in the same pattern. Those are different. Those two are both green. The top ones there are both purple. Right, but I need to go this way first. I'm confused as to why that, because these look like they're the same as that. Oh, because there's 3 in this area. That's why that's a problem. So I can cut that one off just first. Although that still leaves 3. So I'm going to need to get this one separate before I do this part. So we're going to need to go like, so we separate these and then, but that doesn't help there. It's like I need to get those cut off. Alright, so we need to do something like up here first, I guess. But that doesn't, like, so we need to do something like this. I can just cut that one off. That's green. But I can't cut that way. Okay, so what's the big thing here is that I can't use these because I need to finish this like this. I mean, I could also finish this. I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping me from finishing this like this. Or no, there is, because those are different color things, so I can't do it. So this has to be the end of this puzzle. There's no other way to make that the end. So I need to cut this off, and I need to cut these off, and I need to cut this off without actually what if I went like this first? Problem with going like this first is then I can't get down here to draw the end part of this thing, because I need to be able to get to that wall to be able to draw that. So I can't like cut this off first without doing it like this. Oops. Right, and then these are wrong. Why is that not right? It felt like that was fine. Oh, because these middle bits are not that color. Right. So we would need to do it like this, where we get those green ones separate, and then we do this. But then now we have this problem again. Now we have this problem again, where the star is not with its friend, or it is with its friend, which is a problem. I mean, it's like, and I can't cut these off like this. Like, not only because this doesn't work, but because then I can't draw through this line, which I need to do. So I'd have to do this. What if I make that one part of this star? Like I could cut this off. Yeah, but then I can't cut that off there is the problem. Because I'm thinking about doing, like, so I was thinking about, like, what if I feel like this is, like, the right idea. But we need to get another line in here somewhere. Can I draw this shape from, like, the other way and have that work somehow? I don't think so. Because I need to be able to do this. Like, so I could go like this, I guess. But then the shape doesn't work. And I was thinking about, like, what if I make, like, this guy part of this star instead? Right, because what would that have to look like? That would have to be something like this. But then I can't do that. So I don't think that's doable. I'm pretty sure it has to be this bottom one. That is part of the star. And we could, like, completely do those first. But then we can't get this shape in because we're cutting that off again. Right? Like, now we don't have the shape working correctly. And also that is not right. I'm not super into potentially spreadsheeting this, but maybe I need to get that up. Hello? Oh, I've been brought Smarties. Well, maybe I have to eat these instead of spreadsheeting something at the moment. Because I have been brought Smarties, and I have to eat those. Fresh Smarties. Pretty sure I have the right idea here. We need to find a way to get this star sort of in its own area. Ooh. There. That solves that, doesn't it? Hooray! No spreadsheet. Just Smarties. I am opening up my spreadsheet just in case. I've still got the color things set up. Smarties are great. Okay. Oh man, that's annoying. Is it? No, it's not. Like, that looked annoying, but is it just me, or is nothing actually changing color? When I saw the rainbows moving around, I'm like, oh man, that's going to be annoying. But look at this, nothing's happening. It's just yellow, 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 blue, 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 purple, 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 yellow, yellow. Like, just nothing is happening there. So, oh, stairs. Drawings. Yeah, this is definitely giving me, like, sort of Portal vibes or whatever. Now, like, the whole island is constructed by some nefarious mastermind to do testing or whatever. And this is the, like, secret layer design room sort of thing. I imagine these probably give you hints about, like, environmental puzzles or something. Oh, hello.
You see, a motif is this.
Yeah, look at this. That's one of the environmental puzzles.
Apart, the 10 fingers open, then slowly, very slowly, brought them together again. Clasped them.
That's interesting.
Squeezed them tightly, meshing them. That's what one should try to achieve.
Aha, bridge. Okay. So we just want to go straight across, I guess.
Not a single link should be too slack, leaving a hole through which the emotion, the light, the truth can escape. You must understand that I work on the whole canvas, on everything at once. With one impulse, with undivided faith, I approach all the scattered bits and pieces. Everything we see falls apart, vanishes, doesn't it? Nature is always the same, but nothing in her that appears to us lasts. Our art must render the thrill of her permanence along with her elements, the appearance of all her changes. It must give us a taste of her eternity. What is there underneath? Maybe
can't go up that way, which is a bit annoying. So I can't just cut off these bottom two. That's not going to work.
So I bring together her.
So those bottom two can't be friends.
I take something at right, something at left.
Like if I can cut off those two.
Everywhere, her tones, her colors, her nuances.
And then I can like cut off those two, but that doesn't let me get to the end.
They form lines. They become objects. Rocks, trees,
yeah, without
my planning. They
separating those.
Value. If these volumes, these values, correspond on my canvas, in my sensibility, to the planes, to the spots which are there before our eyes, then my canvas has brought its hands together.
Bridge, 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 deep bridge, bridge. I hope that's actually a method in which we can like go in. Okay, good, we can. If like all of those are glass and I had to go through one of these, it'd be pretty annoying.
There is the slightest distraction. If I fail
all right, so we got more colors over here, probably.
Too much one day.
No, we do not.
If today I'm carried
okay.
away by a theory which runs counter to that of yesterday, If I think while I paint, if I
What?
meddle, whoosh, everything goes to pieces. Paul Cézanne, as related by Joachim Gasquet, 1921.
This is like sideways symmetry. Like, it's symmetry in that they're all moving. I have to solve, so that if there's symmetry in that they're all moving, and I have to solve multiple puzzles at once. Wow. Okay. Oh my god. So presumably what this is going to do is that this last one is going to be the most like, if I just like superimpose everything from these previous ones onto this last one, solving this last one solves all of them. But presumably that means like the solution is going to change as we move along. That's really cool. Okay, so I can do something like this for that guy, right? But I would need to get like this one first, I think. In that it would you'd have to go like that, I guess. But that doesn't work. So can I stack them on top of each other, I guess? It's 3 wide, so the only way to stack them on top of each other would be to put them sideways, so that it would be like a 3 wide shape. I know it's not going to be able to get drawn like this, but I'm just trying to mentally picture it. It's like that, I think. Oh right, but the problem is that we have to get this thing too. So we have to go through that part of the puzzle. So if I go here, and then I want to three over, that's not gonna work. So what if and I can't go like this, because then I can't get out. So I think if I need, can I if I move this up a space, does that work? Where we go like so, right, like that shape, and then we go to the other thing first. So if we go over there and then down, so if we go like over to this thing and then like down, like, oh no, but that doesn't contain this thing. That's annoying. Okay. All right, this feels like we got to start spreadsheeting. So let's clear off all this old color puzzle. We don't need any of those grids. Remove those. This is going to be a bit boring, but it's going to be a lot easier to track things if we just put all of the things in one spreadsheet that we have to deal with. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4, so it's a 5 by 5. So I can remove these, and then we'll do this. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, and what shapes do we have? We got a 3, and we have a, like, the right hand L thing, like that. Don't worry, I will bring up the spreadsheet eventually. Then we have a, like, black square up in that corner. 1 2 3. We have a white square in this corner. I'm gonna need to work out symbols for this. Shape. And then how do I actually put something on a line in I need to be able to put something on a line in a spreadsheet. What if I like I can draw like an ultra thick one or like a different color or something, I think. Where's this? There's like a tool that lets you do that, isn't there? What if I make it like the top border thick here? Does that work? There we go. That makes sense. That would make sense too. Okay, so let me get the right scene up here, like so. That looks weird on stream compared to what I see. Oh no, it's fine. It's just because it was smaller. So we have to draw along this line. We've got to get these shapes, and we've got to separate these black and white things, and we'll just sort of keep adding things as we go. Oops. Control Shift V. Nope, that's not right. Control Alt V. There it is. So what if we did something like this? Does that work? So if we draw the line here and then up and then down over, like, so that should work if I do that. Okay, so we're gonna have to I should really hotkey swapping the scene here. Actually, give me a second. I have one of the like Elgato Stream Deck thingies. So I have a lot of my scenes sort of hotkeyed. But I don't have the scene that's just like show what's on my monitor hotkeyed. So I should really adjust that, I think. I'm going to make a folder with a few things in here. And then, so just bear with me. Bear with me briefly. And we're going to make that main monitor. And then I'm going to put my like mute audio on this as well, because it's just convenient to do that. It's mic aux and mute mic and mute sound. There. Okay, sorry about that. There. Now we should have some things a bit nicer. Oh, and I need to put the spreadsheet back up on my... I need like 3 monitors for this. But now I should be able to do this and just swap back and forth between these scenes much more quickly. Okay, so I had a plan for this, and I don't remember what it was immediately. So we're gonna go here. Hello, cat. You are being lovely today, I guess. Oops, no, this needs to go like that. There we go. Okay, so now we will go back here, and we need to add in some stars. So there's a purple star in the top right. So there's this in the same place that there's a black one. There's also a star. I'm gonna need to. There's like a purple star, and then this bottom one. There is a green star. I imagine we're gonna have to move these shapes around to like actually meet some of these things, but for now we'll we'll go like this. There's a purple star here. That is purple. Oh no, not that. We want the text to be purple. Then there's a green star in this one. Next is green. I think that's right. Yes. So now if we do the same sort of plan where we go down like this, that won't work anymore. Because so if we went up, no, that won't work because we need to cut across this somehow. So I think we have to move the shapes around. If I went like this and remove that shape, then we would draw, yeah, but then I can't cut that off, which is annoying. I don't see how to do that way. Because we do have to contain both these shapes in the shape thing. So what I was doing before was like this. That's just not going to work anymore. This shape has to be on touching that shape, and this shape has to be touching that shape. So we really only have two locations for this one, right? It's either here or it's down. We could rotate them. So if we took the blue shape and put it here instead, like we could with the blue shape like this, then we could put the red shape like this. That wouldn't work though, because then the green stars are not going to be attached to each other. But this still doesn't solve our, like, we have to touch this. It's like we have to touch this and then go down. And then cut that off. And we could go like this. Like, that works, doesn't it? If we went like this, and then down, over to cut off the green one. No, because we'd have to cut off the green one and then go like this, which doesn't work. So I think if we were going to do that, do we need to take the blue shape like this and the red shape like this? Does that work? Let me try it. Oops, I don't want to get rid of the, I just want to make no colors. Grid. Well, it still doesn't like it when I do that, apparently, so we'll just re-grid these squares. Oops. Now they're the wrong color. I did this. And I also want them to just be normal. Please just be normal. So what was, I just forgot what my plan was. I think we were changing the shapes to like be like this. Like that. But this star is now the wrong size for one. And for two, it is the wrong color. Make that bigger, please. Much bigger. Now if I go like this, then down, over, so I have to do this first. Don't know if we can, I don't know if that works. And I can't take this and move it down. Because then the two shapes are not in the same area, and this red shape is that side, and this blue shape is this side. So if I like took this and didn't have it just like connected to this piece, like if I had them as separate shapes, it's not going to work there. So what if I just made them separate shapes? Would that help in any way if I just had like 1 2 3 or like 1 2 3? No, because we'd have to have 1 2 3 like this so that I could actually make it a separate shape. But then I can't get to this thing. I'd have to go down. Pretty much no matter what I do, I have to start with this line. Pretty much no matter what, I have to go either over, which doesn't work because now this is stars cut off and it's going to have to be another purple thing, or it goes like this. This is absolutely required. Snip and sketch? Oh, maybe. I mean, I could try. Snipping tool. I need to have... No. The annoying bit about that is that... there's a hotkey for it, right? Because if I try to open snipping tool and then the witness is currently in full screen mode. So I would have to do this briefly so that I can take it off full screen mode so that I can snip, but then it flips out on me unless I have the hotkey here. There we go. I'm gonna go back in and like put it on full screen mode. Like it's almost more annoying. But now we have this thing. Then there's a square here that's black, I think. Yeah. And then the square here is white. And there is a shape. And there's a shape. And then there's a thing that we have to go through there. And I think that's the main gist of it. So pretty much, no matter what, we have to go through here first. It's the only real option. Can I... Oh, I can't like just control Z though. Oh, but I can like just erase it, which works, I guess. Oh, I'm dumb. I need to start from the bottom, not the top. Well, like in my spreadsheet, I was drawing it from up here for some reason. Then that's fine, then. I can do what I was doing before, right? Except for now, this doesn't work. Also, that doesn't work there. So what if we then ignore, like, have this down here? Or that shape is like that. Although I don't know how easy that is to fit. That space while still drawing it. Because I need to get down here and then like cut that off, but not cut off the green one. It'd be easier if I think if I do this. I was doing something like this, which is fine, but it doesn't allow me to get the green in the same area, which is certainly the problem right now. Is there a way I can get the green in the same area? I don't know, because I have to be 3 wide to get these shapes. I have to be 3 wide to get these shapes. Or to get both of these shapes in here. And this like lets me draw it. But I can't like, so if I could like shift this over all 1, right? And then I would go, or no, I can't shift it over 1 because I have to draw along this line. And I can't come up and cut that off and go up. I have to come that off, cut that off and come down. And then right, I can cut this off. But then I have the green one in there, which is a problem. I can definitely do the like the last part of this, but obviously it gets harder. That is the point. 1, 2, 3. Like I can't. There's no way to fit this shape and this shape together in a way that covers both of these green squares and both of these, because I would need to be 3 wide. And oh, is there? Because I would need to be 3 wide and 4 tall. 1, 2, 3. No, there isn't. Because the only way to be 4 tall is to put this one on top of this one like this, and then we're not 3 wide. Then we're only 2 wide, and the shape has to be 3 wide to be able to encompass both of those shapes. I mean, I could try to draw the shapes separately, I think, but there isn't really any way to do that. Like if I take this shape and put it down here, we could take, and then this shape still has to be like this, and then they're still touching, and there isn't a way to make them not. Like if I touch this intersection, I then can't use it again, so I can't, like they have to be touching somehow. So there isn't a way to get the 2 shapes together covering the greens and the shapes. So I need to get the shapes in a way that covers the greens and the shapes while not actually or covers the shapes while not actually doing while not doing anything with the green shapes. So if I go like this, oops, why didn't that work? If I go like this, I can come up here, cut that off, come up here, cut that off, we come down here, but then I cut off the green one in order to draw this shape, but that is drawable. I don't have to do that first, I suppose. But I do have to do this. And that doesn't leave, like I have to leave, this can't work either. This cannot work either. Because no matter what, I have to go through here. I will leave the purple and green. Oh wait, no, I'm doing the stupid thing, aren't I? Oh no. Am I doing the stupid thing where I forget that the stars don't care about what other colors there are there? Right, like, let me check something. Like, they have to be with exactly one other thing of their own color. Yeah, they don't care about, I'm being dumb. I just forgot how the stars worked. Because the stars don't really care if they're also with a purple star. They just need to be with exactly one other purple thing. So I'm just being stupid about how this works. So I can go like this and then come down here and then like that, and then that's fine. Right? Let me try it. Oops. I lost the witness. There it is. It should be able to do this, and then we just come down here and we go up to the second one, and then we go like this. What is wrong with that one? It doesn't like the white. I was being dumb. Alright, well, so we can separate the black one by just, I just forgot how the stars worked, I guess? I don't know. So we should be able to do the same thing. Does that cause a problem for the star? Yeah, it does. Can't do that. But we do have to cut off the black one when we draw this. So, like this? Does that make sense? No, because then I can't draw the shape in the way that I want to draw the shape. I suppose I could always come get that at the end, right? So if I went like this... No, I need to do that to solve it, like so. How did I had this solved before and I didn't take a picture of it, which is a bit annoying, I guess. What shape was I in? How did I have these shapes organized? I think they were both... No, they weren't both at the top. I think only one of them was at the top. But that doesn't work then because there's the green star here. And I think what I had before was something like... I'm just trying to draw out the shape here. I'm not trying to... I think what I had before... was over one, down one, over one, 1, 2, 3. That's not the right shape. Neither is that. It would have been like this. No, it would have been like this. I think that's what I had before. No, but that doesn't work for the black and white, so that can't have been right. Hey Kawagiri. Well, I can swap these now, right? That's not a problem. I was worried about this not working. I was worried about these not working because of the stars, but I don't care about the stars being in the same area. So I can swap these around. And then we can go up here and get this, and then that separates the white one by definition. So that should work. If I just swappy-do those around. So I'm going to go like this, and then we come down, and then up 2. There we go. Getting there. Okay, so let me... Wait. What? Excuse me? How is this possible then? There's a black square and a white square, so I can't separate them from each other. Oh, is it like, so the puzzles just have to be solved simultaneously? Just the way I've been thinking about it is overlaying them on top of each other. Right, this by itself is just a valid solution for this puzzle. This by itself is just a valid solution for this puzzle. I think that's the thing that's happening, and you don't actually physically overlay them. They just have to be individually like valid solutions for the puzzle. Well, this is going to make my planning more difficult. So what would be wrong with this? Oh god. Did not mean to redo the whole thing. That's what I'm trying to say. What would be wrong with this? I think the answer is nothing, right? I just have to go like this, other than this black piece here. It's too tall, over one, down one, over one, up two. Yeah. There's nothing physically wrong with that for this puzzle. This almost makes it easier, because I just use the previous solution and just try to see if there's anything that I need to adjust. Thinking about it this way, I think actually helps a lot. Okay. So now we need to get a 2 in there. I'm gonna take a picture of this so that I don't totally forget it. So if I just did this, but instead of, but just first I went like that, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Because this stuff is all fixed. This line is arbitrary. Like, that line doesn't matter. So if I just went like this first, and then did the puzzle the same way, does that work? No, because we have this thing. Because now we're in our own way. That makes it more annoying than I want it to be. Because I want to go down this line here, but I can't. I was thinking, oh man, it's trivial, but I forgot I just couldn't get through there again, which is the annoying part. Looking at the previous solution and thinking if it's easily modifiable. So I guess I should like put it up on the screen for folks so that it's easier for everybody to sort of understand what I'm sort of talking about, I guess. So really what I need to do, like I need to cut this off. There's exactly 2 ways in which to make this work, right? Either you go like this and cut it off, or you go like this, or you go like this and cut it off. Right? So I think we are we just have to figure out to see if there's a way to like add that into what we're currently doing. I lost track of. Right? So I'm just trying to think of if we shift those blocks up one, like if we shifted these blocks up, does that ruin something? And it does. It ruins those stars, right? No, it doesn't. Can we shift the blocks up if we shift the blocks up, we can, because we can't do this. We can't come up and then cut down one. So if we take these blocks and shift them up one, and then like we do our little cutoff here, and then we had like we did blah blah blah, draw the shape or whatever, and then like come back down, we can still keep those. Like if we can draw the shape from the outside in or whatever, like this, whatever the shape is. I mean, we'll also have to go like this black square may cause a difficulty. But can we draw the shape from like up there or something? Could also like blah blah blah, draw the reverse shape. Oh, but we have to come in here, right? So this should be fine. So come in this way, draw like reverse shape, whatever, cut that off, and then just come up the side. Although no, that won't work with the purple star. So how are we gonna get the purple star in there as well? I'm just thinking about drawing the like shifting the whole I'm just mentally imagining shifting the shape up one and seeing what happens. Let me redraw the solution. So if I took this whole thing and shifted that shape up one, so where we would draw something like this, but we don't draw this top part, we draw it from up here, right? We would go like this. Does that work? It'd be easier if I like imagined this on the spreadsheet. Let's get the spreadsheet over here. And we will swap. Okay, so I can move the whole thing up one. The other op, which I don't think works based on what I just saw. I can't move the whole thing up one because then I cut the green star off. I can't swap these around. I mean, I can, but then it doesn't work for like some of the squares. I think the only adjustment I can make to these shapes to be able to move them up is to do this, right? And then that, yeah, that should be fine, I think. Because if we can come up and like cut off that square. I think we have to do it the other way. We have to cut it off like this. No? Because we have the little square in here. So we cut off the square. Yeah, because I'm thinking about going up and like drawing this like this. But that leaves, that cuts the purple one off. Which I am like mildly confused by, I suppose. Oh, we can go the other way, right? We can cut it off and like use the bottom. Hang on. I'm going to oops, gotta move this over. Gonna witness again. Is can we like cut this off? No, we want to go. Because I want to cut that off, but then not go this way. So can we cut that off? Yeah, we go like this. We just move it up one. Right? Like that. Then that should be fine, because that's where the purple star is. And then we go over 3, down 2. Yeah! There we go. That wasn't... Oh, no. Damn it. It solved the last one, but not that bottom one. Shit. I was so excited. I do like this. This is interesting. There's a lot of, like, little layers to it, I guess, in that, like... I guess we can just go get that black one first, right? There's nothing stopping us from just... like, going over here to cut off that black one, and then going like this, and then drawing the shape. Is that water? Oh, thank you. I need my, I don't know. Well, like, my brain thought I heard thump, like you put something on the counter next to me. So I was like, oh, that's probably water. Is that water? And then but I didn't say it out loud as fast as my brain processed it. So that by the time I looked over and my mouth started making the words, I already had seen what it was.
Like, is that water?
It's that thing I do where my... It's that thing I do where my brain works faster than my mouth. Like, I don't know, there's a word for that. But... my brain knows what I want to say, and then it takes a minute for it to get out sometimes. Like, I heard a thump next to me, and my brain was like, oh, I wonder what that is. Is it water? Thank you. And then, but like, in the process of my brain processing, please say that, I had already turned over and looked at the water cup. So, like, saying, oh, is that water, while staring at the water cup, like, sounds kind of stupid, but that's because my brain processed it first. Right, I lost my train of thought. What was I doing? You come over here. I'm just looking at my spreadsheet here. There we go. I think that this one was the hardest one, but that's because I forgot how the stars worked. Briefly. And I remembered eventually. It's not... It's not too bad. I feel like this, like, when you looking at this, makes it you'd think like, oh man, that's like really hard. But it's not too bad really, because there's only so many, like, it's like a process of elimination thing, right? There's only so many adjustments you can make to the shape, right? Like, the two shapes have to be together. They have to be together in this format. It's either left, right. You can have this one on the left or this one on the left, but they have to be sort of adjacent to each other in some way, so you can touch both of the square pieces. You have to be along one of the edges, right? Either the top edge or like the side edge or something, so that, because that's how the shapes work. Like, you can't completely enclose anything in the middle of the map, because you can't drive over the same nexus more than once, or node more than once. You have to go through this line, and you have to go through it in a way that doesn't let you use this line, so it doesn't you have to use this line, and you can't go at it this way, because then you cut that star off. So you have to either go like from this corner or from this corner and go around. So by the time I got to this last one, like, this one took a bit, and maybe this one took a bit, because I realized you had to move the shapes around. But then I got to this one and realized pretty quickly there's no way to go through this line correctly and still let you draw this shape, because you can't go up and then back down without taking the shape and pushing it up against the top, so that you could go along the top to draw the shape and then come down. And there's only one possible way you could move the shape while still keeping all the other squares and stuff in line, which is you take this square and put it up here. So instead of having the 3-piece being 1, 2, 3, you have it 1, 2, 3. Right? So very quickly I was just like, you go like this, and then I just forgot about this black square. But at this point you're not using this bottom for anything, so just cutting off the black square is fine, doesn't change anything. Man, yeah, this is good. The downside is I could be watching more Return of the Obra Dinn, which would be fun. Oh, there's another puzzle. What? This is like just an already solved bridge. But it starts from a different side. Is that door open? I mean, I think I see the intent here is that because of the gaps, right? Starting from this end and starting from this end, like the puzzle isn't symmetric. So starting from this end versus starting from this end, you'll be able to get to different exits. Like you'll be able to create different solutions than you would be able to from one end or the other. So I get the intent of these two bridge puzzles, I think. My only question is, why do I care? Like that door isn't open. There's a wire to it, so maybe it should be open. Yeah, I could go up here before. I could go up here before and move this one around. That's how I got over there in the first place. Although like this wire is going, so it's going to that door, I guess, but that door isn't currently open. But is that a second wire coming out of that going along it, or is that just one wire? Looks like it's a second wire, maybe. So maybe like this puzzle needs to be used. Oh, okay, so wait. I heard something happen when I did that. Well, I can't get over there now, which is the annoying part. Yeah, see, that's now glowing, but it doesn't do anything. And then I use that to come over here to let me solve these, which drop these stairs. But I had this puzzle now. I mean, what if I just like... Oh. Maybe I should have tried this one. I assumed it would be the same, but it's not. We have two separate bridges. So do I have to... But this won't solve if I don't actually cut off the stars. Right? If I just went like this, it's gonna be mad at me and nothing works. Because I'm thinking like, if I get this to here, it's gonna open that door or something. Or like solving this puzzle seems to let that door be able to be opened anyway. I don't get it. Because I can't get a bridge to get to the other side unless I solve this puzzle. And I can't reset that puzzle from over here. Like I can't reset this one from over here. So I need to solve it in a way that both gets to the end but lets me get through somehow. So I need to solve this puzzle I need to find a way to solve this puzzle that works, but also doesn't cut that off. I mean, my thought is like we try to go to like this side or something, right? Because then we can go the other way with the other one, but that won't work because that's not going to solve the puzzle in any way. Right? And if I go like that, that's just going to cut it off. Let's try something. That doesn't work. Yeah, that's what my thought is. But I need to find a way to solve this. Well, that's what I was trying to do here, is that like we got to solve this in a way that lets us solve this puzzle somehow too. Right? But that doesn't work. Because there's like a million different ways to solve this puzzle, but you need to solve it in a way which allows me to solve this one somehow. And I mean, presumably you need to solve it in a way that lets you solve one of them to get to this door. So yeah, because there's a wire coming from that one too. So I was trying to solve this one in a way that gets me from here to the other side, so either to this door or to this door, that solves this. But then would let me solve this one somehow. Just to see if that, like, theory works, I guess. Because I think we're going to be doing a lot of going back and forth here, is the thing. Because we can go across when the puzzle is solved, and then the second one is irrelevant, right? Like, it doesn't matter how I do this. We can solve it and get the door open. Right? The problem before was that when you only have one of them solved, the first one has, or when you have none of them solved, the first one has to be able to solve the puzzle to let you, like, do something, right? Right? So if I can do something like this, so then I can go to just cut those off, and then I can go back to the other side and, like, cut these off or something. Like, then I can go like this and just go through. However, this doesn't work for reasons that when I run back to the other side now and try to resolve this, I'm not going to be able to. I can go like this and just go through, but that is not going to separate the white from the black anymore, because this one is currently doing that. Okay, so let's just, like, I mean, so if I go over there, oops, that's not the way that I want to use. Right, so I don't want to click on the puzzle because it's going to ruin my, like, path through here. But right, so if I click on this to restart it, I can't cut off the white one like some of the stars are already cut off, so I don't care about those stars anymore. So I just need to cut off those bottom ones, but I can't do that while also getting the black and white ones done. So I need to go back and look at the other one. I don't think it's possible the way I currently have it set up to solve this in a way that allows me to cut off the blue and white ones very well, the black and white ones very well. So I think what I need to do is go back and adjust what I'm doing up here in a way that would allow me to do something with the black and white panels or whatever from this side, so that when I solve this one, there's still something that the blue thing can do there. Wait, does that work? No, it does not. So the ticket here is that, like, right, I can do this, but I can't cut off the, like, I can't do anything to make the black one, because this is here is the problem. So I need to resolve this. Ooh, which helps because I don't care about these stars anymore. So maybe I wrote, oh, I've been brought food. Thank you. Well, I offered to give you half a sandwich earlier.
I know, and I was sleeping.
So this is handy, and that I don't care about the black one anymore, or those stars anymore. But this still won't help, because I can't do anything about that white square. So what I want to do I think I need to go unsolve that one and then come back to this one so that I can do something like this where I cut that off so that I leave the white square alone. So let's go back there and just unsolve. That looks promising. It looks like a laser or something. We might be close to done this. So we just unsolve this. And then we want to do something along these lines. But then that's a problem because we can't cut that off. I was thinking we do something like this. Right? But there's the gaps there, which sort of makes this a problem. Oops. Now I can solve this, but it doesn't let me solve it in a way that lets me do anything. Oh no, does that work? I didn't. So what we want to do is now we come over here We've left left ourselves quite a bit of space. So now we can come over here and like use the minimum amount of space possible. Because we don't really care about that orange path. All we really care about is that it's making a barrier to separate two of the sets of stars for us. Because now I'm thinking we go something... I was thinking about, like, can we, like, go cut that off somehow, but I don't know if we can. Like... Oh no, but now I can get across, right? I can do this, so I can get across again. And then I can get the white one cut off as well, with the orange piece over there. This is just going to take like more than one iteration. I wonder how many solutions there are to this. I feel like this is the type of thing that'd be actually like multiple solutions to. Because there's like, maybe there's ways that you could do this in like 10 iterations or something, where you like slowly remove elements of the puzzle by cutting them off by going back and forth. I feel like there's probably a couple ways you could solve this, but this is the one that seems to work for me. Right, we got our way across in a way that let us just cut off two stars. I like talking about these things, so I'm going to talk about it briefly before we move on. We solved this blue one in a way that got us across, just in general. And then on that other side, we just cut off two stars. So we didn't have to care about those stars anymore. So we could solve this blue one in a way where we could leave the white one open, so that when we went back again, we could solve the yellow one in a way that separated the white one, so that we just remove the white-black thing from the puzzle, basically. So that's cool. I feel like there's probably a couple ways to solve that or something. But looks like there might be another, like, floor. Elevator. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't work because you have to come through here. That's just an ending. Yeah, just an elevator, it looks like. So how's everybody doing today on this Saturday? Floor tiles. Okay. Presumably that opened this door. Okay. Why did that light the floor? I don't like that. I'm also overly warm. It's pretty hot here today. I say that. Recall that I am Canadian. And therefore anything over 20 degrees Celsius is too hot for me. I feel like we're getting close. There's got to be a trick to this. I wonder what the like twist to these are going to be, because this is not just going to be plain floor panels. There's no way that it's just going to be like plain floor panels. Okay, so we need to draw this in a way that there's no way that these are just plain panels, so those are rotatable. One of them is going to get canceled. So we need to draw a shape that contains both of them, but is also wrong. Okay. And then we want to do the same thing like up here. Gotta contain both of them. It's gonna contain all... Is there a way to contain both of those pieces? That's interesting. We have to contain both of those pieces with it being wrong. Yeah, it's like 25 or something today, and then it's too warm. It's on the verge of 22 maybe? Which is okay, but it's on the verge of too warm for me. And it's like the first super warm day we've had, so I'm not quite used to it. I don't have like, you know, the fans out or anything. Yeah, so we need to get both of these pieces, which I don't know how to do. I don't know how doable that is. Because we need to get both of these pieces and this in one area, but with only like using one of the pieces. Oh no, it's like this. No, that doesn't work. Because what it doesn't cancel out like a wrong square. It cancels out like a wrong piece. Oh no, I can do it reverse, right? So if I go like this and just do this one piece, then this other one is wrong. And then that works. I don't like that the floor is lighting up like this. I prefer it cold too. Generally. No, the air. It's easy to warm up if you're cold. You put on a sweater. It's much harder to cool down if you're warm. I can't take off my skin. So then we do something like this, and then that works. Oh. So this is what the twist is. I don't understand, though. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's symmetrical? Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Do I have to solve those again in a different way? Oh god, this is very annoying. Because, like, that is correct, but now I can't get out. Like, am I gonna have to go back and resolve those to get different shapes? I think I am. I think this needs to be like this. But it's symmetry. Oh my god, this is gonna be a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. I'm gonna eat this and be sad for a while. And then maybe we will go figure that out. No, I don't think adjusting that has made a difference. Because that's at least rotatable. So this one is adjustable. This one is not. This one is adjustable Okay, we should be live again. Sorry about that. I was saying that, yeah, we could solve this in different ways. Oh, it should show. One moment. Come on. You can do it. Yeah. Why are you not going, game? Sometimes it takes a minute to recognize it and I have to tab out and then back in. There we go. Okay, so this is, so the fact that it's a symmetry puzzle I think makes this almost a bit easier. Especially since there's only a couple options for some of these. Like, I think this is the only way to do that. I mean, I guess you could go in the top right as well. No, that doesn't really work. Because those aren't rotatable. That is rotatable. Or not rotatable, it's changeable. We have a square and the thing. And then this one is a little bit changeable, and that one is potentially changeable. But the fact that it's symmetric, right? We're gonna have to make both of these shapes. Oh, we can fit them all in the middle, right? So we kind of want to find a way to. There's two ways of doing this. Either like these shapes have to be like this or something. Like there's not very many options here, right? These shapes are gonna have to be like that, or we're gonna have to find a way to like fit them in the center, because we only have like 2 rows to work with, right? Or like 3 rows to work with, if you see what I mean. Like we can't cross ever. So the easiest way, I would imagine, is can we fit all 4 of these shapes just in the center in some way? So let's we're gonna clear our previous puzzling on how big is this? It is 1, 2, it's only a 4x4, so that makes that a bit more simple. I first saw this and was like, oh god, this is going to be nightmarish, but I think it's probably not that bad if we actually just plan it out a little bit. Okay, so we have a square that we can make it a color. We have one of the little L's. It's a three tall L, and that one is rotatable though, which, so like the piece is rotatable, meaning we could rotate, like we could resolve this in a way with that piece rotated if we need to rotate that piece. And we also have the chiral version of that. So like we just have to sort of solve the meta puzzle in a way where we know that we can rotate this piece or flip it. And these ones are, this one is chiral as well. This one is different in that it could be 2 different shapes, which makes, and this one could be 2 different shapes. So we probably just have to play with that a little bit. I need to write down, I need to get these other shapes in here too. So we've got a 2, looks like 2 and then 1. Or it's the little, the fat, short fat L instead of the tall L right now. And then that is the same but in the opposite direction. Okay, so right now we got this. And what I want to do is try to fit them in the center in a way that is symmetric, basically, and contains all 4 of them. So if I go like this, oops. This is rotatable. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Like, that's only going to leave two squares undone if we fit this in properly. That doesn't really work. It is a 4x4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, it's 4x5. Okay, that makes it a bit easier. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it's 5x5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and that was dumb. Well, let's increase the grid size, please. Fix that. So I'm thinking we go like that and like that. But it has to be like it has to be a symmetric shape. So if I go like this, because I just need to rotate this to that shape. Can I make that one in? Can I make that top one in L? I think that was a thing I could do. Yeah, I could make that in L instead. Not a rotatable L. It would have to be an L. In a particular format, it would have to be an L that go. I think it's an L in the way that I want it, though. Yeah. So this, if those go green and that goes green, and then I change this red one to the L that's shaped like this, that's just like this, isn't it? And that fits. And then we just go straight up. Although that is conditional on this being able to be doable this way, which I see no reason why not. Or we have to solve it like that. Which actually is a bit annoying. Maybe that doesn't work. Because then we can't get out. Maybe that's not what we want to do. I think we think about this for a minute. Because if this is not doable in a different way... Oh, it's totally doable, right? No, that's not right. If this is not doable in a different way, that does like lock in one of our shapes, right? And that we know how that shape has to fit in. So that could be something that we like can lock in, I guess. Doesn't look like there's a different way to do that. Pretty sure this has to go like this. I did have another idea. In that we can do the same. Oh, I should bring up the sheet. Right, so this one isn't. So I was trying to fit them all in the middle, which doesn't work. I need to remember which ones of these are on which side. The square and this one are on this side, so I should do this. Oops. I should do this. And then these two are on the other side. Because the other thought here is, can we make symmetric shapes on the outside, right? We contain them because there's two main options for this. Either we fit something in the center that fits symmetrically, or we keep them both on the outside. I also need to, they're in here, and here, right? Yeah. The other way to do this is, what if we put them together in a way that creates the same shape on the outside? Right, so what if... So, like, if I went, like, you know, this... Oops. But it would have to be like this. So I guess is that green one rotatable? No. I think that is the one that we decided has to be that shape. But we can change this one. This one is just rotatable in any direction we want. It's even chiral in any direction we want. Because we could solve this in the other direction, right? Let's try that, I guess. Probably should aim to do that. Not like that. Like this. So we can use that one in that direction as well. Wait, what? No, that didn't work? Why didn't that work? Oh, because I didn't include the shape in it like a doofus. It's doable like that. There we go. So we could use that piece like that as well. So now, can we make that? I need to copy that shape, I think, or it's going to drive me nuts. So I have the up 3/1 shape, but I think it has to be in that shape. It's like while technically rotatable, I don't know a way to fit that in there. So if I went green, green like this, blue, blue, blue like this, can we get this piece? No, that one isn't rotatable, is it? It is chiral though, so we could adjust that one, right? Is it? Is it? Can I draw that shape? I must be able to. Yes, we can do that. So that one is chiral, meaning we can change this to that if we so desire. That is also an option. And the reason why I want that to be an option, I think, is because that lets us do this. With those. Which looks promising. I mean, I guess the question is like, while these show is rotatable, is the like meta version rotatable? Does it have to be exactly that, or is it on an angle? I feel like it has to be exactly that. I mean, we can kind of like cheat a little bit in that if the drawing we just made here... Oh no, that... I've been looking at this wrong, I think. Because the thing that I was planning is making like the negative versions of the shapes that contain those, right? Oh no, that could have been right. Right? I need to move that to my other monitor so I can see. No, that's not going to work. Okay, like that would be fine. For those shapes, but that doesn't actually solve it, so maybe not. Okay. Allow me to look at these again. This is the right idea. I think, where did my spreadsheet go? There it is. I moved it to the other monitor, as I was talking about. I think it's the right idea, but this square is annoying, right? That square makes it not work very well. So what if I just moved these all up? I mean, I suppose this could also be the 3-piece one instead of the square. But I've sort of written that off. Right? The 3-piece, I think, is a bit of a a misleading thing here because we have the symmetry going on, right? So if I tried to make something that was 3 wide, I can't. I just run into it. The only way that works is if I like combine them with other pieces, and even then I would have to do this, right? So the only way that would work is if I like put them all in one big shape. And I think I already determined that as not being something that was very feasible. I think I want to rotate that. I think that needs to be the other way. The more easy solution, perhaps. So that this piece goes here and not like that. The reason why I say this is kind of cheaty is that, like, you can kind of test, right? If you solve one side, the other side should also just work. If you have the right pieces, of course. So is there a way to, like, make that shape with these? One, two, 1, 2, 3. Can I change that little green one? I can change that into a longer one. Like that can be a... This could be like this. Like this green piece could be like this. But that doesn't really work, does it? Oh wait, no, I think I have the wrong shape drawn, don't I? Because I changed this one. Right, that one is changed. And what I have. I need to... I'm pretty sure that this has got to be the way that we do this from the pieces that we have. So can I make these, if I can rotate that? Can I somehow make that the same shape? But backwards. Yeah, yes. I think I need to rotate this one. Oops. Witness. I think I need to rotate this piece. Like, I think this guy needs to be like that. Right? So if I go like this, I think that guy needs to be like that. So this, and then that will go back to white, and then that goes back to white, and it's 3 tall, right? The shape that I just made there. 1, 2, 3, yeah, and then the other one is the... Oh, I have the wrong shape listed for that too. That probably would help. Yes, I think this works. Oh, I have the wrong thing up again. So if I take this green one and go like this, yeah, I think this is it right here. And I take this blue one. I think I could just, that should work, right? I had the wrong shapes written down here, which would have helped. But I think having these like relatively, I think that should work. So let me move this back over. I'll bring up the witness, and I will keep Twitch chat up as well. Let's see if this works. Oop, I gotta get the spreadsheet back open. I think the reason why, like, I couldn't find a way, maybe I'm just dumb, but I couldn't really find an easy way to get that. Or no, sorry, I was looking at this one. I don't think there's a way in which you can use that 3 straight piece, because it's a 4x5. Oh no, the big puzzle is a 5, but it still doesn't matter. Because if you try to go, basically if you ever try to go over 3, you kind of cross that halfway point, and you can't because of the symmetry. So in my mind, that sort of locked this to that square. And then if you try to fit the piece, once we decided we wanted to use the outside instead of the inside, if you try to drop the square down on things, the only way to get a nice drawable shape is to use that top, or this chirality instead of the other chirality. And then that lets you figure out which of these shapes you need to match that, if that makes sense. So, I mean, I'm talking a big game here. Let's see if I'm actually right. Yeah! There we go. I'm talking a big game before I even tried to solve it, but I was pretty happy with having gotten through that. Alrighty, what's down here? One of those floor puzzles that I don't actually know how to solve, like do it on an iPad or whatever. Oh man. Okay. We're getting close to the end here. Let's see if maybe we can get these and then see what happens. Oh no. Really? Wait, did they just change? That's annoying. Because this is the exact kind of like arbitrary difficulty I really don't like. When they just sort of, you can only have a few seconds to solve the puzzle and you gotta like work it out ahead of time. That's annoying. Yep, they changed. They changed on me. Wow. So, that's cool. So I guess what we need to do is take a picture of each one so that we have them all, and then we sort of solve them off camera, I guess. Well, not off camera, but like outside of trial and error, and then be able to input them quickly, ideally. Oh man, and that's gonna be annoying. Is that the one that I had already? Better not, like, risk it, I guess. Try to take them. That was not the one I had already. This is 6 puzzles that I'm gonna have to solve in like a short period of time. Is that one that I have already? Nope, that's another one. Well, let's rotate through all of these. That's one that I have already, isn't it? Nope. Is there like a huge set of these, or are these like actually like procedurally generated or something, and you're gonna need to like solve them quickly? Because that is gonna drive me crazy. That looks like a new one as well. I feel like these are like procedural. Rather than, I was gonna like take pictures of all of them and then like get it all down and be ready to go. But it looks like we're gonna have to solve these sort of individually as we go, and I really hate that. Because I don't actually know how to solve this. Like the Tetris pieces in particular, I have to sit there and think about for a really long time. Okay, so what? We only have to get one of them? Oh, okay, well that wasn't that bad. Well, now I have like 12 million pictures on my phone that are useless. Apparently you said to solve one. Okay, so that got me more upset than I probably should have thought. I'm gonna delete all those pictures because that's unnecessary. You only had to solve each door once. Okay, well that's good. Because that would have driven me nuts. Oh dear God. Well, that's gonna be annoying. They're continuous? Is there no end? Oh dear. This is not going to be good for me, I don't think. Unless I take this really slowly, this is the kind of thing that's going to make me sick. Why is that wrong? I don't get why that's wrong. Oh, because I'm not cutting them off on this side. I see. Still wrong? So they're in the just own separate area that I don't have to worry about. They're in their own separate area that I don't have to worry about. Oh no, they're not. I need to take this all the way to the top to cut that off. Still doesn't work. Maybe let's try this one. That doesn't work. Oh boy. This feels very close to the end though. Like, I want to finish this. But these are not very easy to think about. Suddenly the puzzles go to 3D, which, like, this is the kind of thing that I think is cool though, I guess, right? Completely cut off. It completely cut off, and we've also got a new ending. Completely cut off. There we go. Is that like, this is difficult, but it's kind of cool in that like it's not just making it arbitrarily difficult by adding like new things, or by like, you know, making the puzzles move or whatever. They're harder because now they're literally in 3D and they wrap around on themselves. No, this is gonna hurt my brain though. I might, like, I want to finish this, but I might not be able to because this is the kind of thing that doesn't make me feel good. If I spin this too fast, I am likely to get motion sick. It's 2 down. How is that gonna work? Alright, so we can have a black row and a white row. But then there's the black one up top, which is gonna cause problems. I think I need to go over more and contain that white one first. Let me take this white one, and then we go down. No. And why not? That's, what if we went up here first? Then we can't get out. Yeah, this is gonna be hard on me. I need to look away for a minute. Okay, let's try this again. I feel like we want to cut off these black ones. Right? There. So that cuts the black ones off from the white ones, doesn't it? Oh no, we want to go over one more? No. Yes, so we want to go here. Those black ones are cut off. And we have to go up. We're separating ourselves artificially here now. Let's capture that white one because there's more white ones over this way. We get those white ones in there. Yeah, and then we can separate this black one like this. Sweet. And maybe over to this guy. Man. Okay, if this is gonna be really hard for me to do, I think. But if this is actually like the last one, because it looks like we're pretty close to the end here, I'm willing to try to push through that. But if this is not the last one, then I think I'm gonna need to save this for another day. So I wouldn't mind that as a bit of a spoiler, I guess. Right now we've only got one sun in there. Are there only two suns? Looks like there are only two suns. Wait, so how do we get that? What? How do we... Oh, right. I guess we go all the way around. Durr. So if I go like all the way around... That works. I suppose that's true. I'm just like, the pillars are bad for me, both in terms of like I find them difficult, but also because I have to be really careful because I'm gonna close my eyes. If I do this and like go really fast and look at the screen while I'm doing that, it causes me some pretty serious motion sickness. And I don't want to make myself feel like garbage. So I've just got to be like really careful, I guess. So this is just collect all the dots again, but the tricky bit here is there's multiple starts. So I guess the way we want to do this, I'm trying to look at it backwards. So I'm gonna need to come up from one, like, so if I go like this, I'm gonna need to come up another side and then go around. I'm thinking like this one maybe? Because then we come up here, because that's the end. And go around this way. No, but then we're stuck, so that doesn't work. We also can't finish there. Well, that's good. This is definitely the, like, you know, Euler's connected graph thing again. Right, this one has one extra way to get out. Or one less way to get out, I should say. So I can go this way and get all of those. This way, and then get most of those. I feel like I'm gonna kind of... so that one doesn't work. I'm gonna have to come at that from the other angle. So I'm gonna have to get this one. We just always have to pay attention to the dead ends, because the dead ends are ways that we have to go. Right, so we have to take this one, but then we can't get through this guy. because we went all the way around the bottom. So what if we start near a dead end and then just try to follow them? No, that's not going to work. If we start here, we have to take that one right away. And then we can't get back through. So what if we go this way and work on the dead end theory, I guess? That is a dead end, yes. And this is the exit. So now we should be able, if we can get all the way back around. No, because we're gonna have to go like, if no, that's not gonna work either. So now there is no way to get out. But what if we take this way first? And then continue the dead end plan. No, that doesn't fix anything. Let's go this side and work the dead end theory. Well, if we do that, that doesn't work. Because we just can't. This is not possible. Because you can't go this way. Now you're stuck. You can't go this way because there's no way to get out if you go to that bottom one, and there's no way to go to get to the top one. And you can't go this way. So this is not a valid starting point. Like, you just cannot start on this one. And by the same metric, you cannot start on this one. Because it's going to cause the same problem. Right? Unless you go this way first. Unless you go this way first, which is then the... And how is that different? Yeah, so that's what we want to do, I think. Because going this way is exactly the same as starting here. But if you go this way, it's not quite the same as starting here, because this one does not have the dead end, in that we can go this way and then come back down and get that. So I feel like this is what we want to do. And then this is, and then we can go with our dead end plan. Ooh, so close. We're very close to this. So what if we go around first? Because we can get these bottom ones pretty, and then come to this dead end. And then this one. This one, 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 this one. No, because now we can't get back here. Oh no, that's the end. That's so close. I feel like we're very close. I feel like we need to get more this way first. No, we have to get this dead end too, though. That doesn't work. Can't get back through there. Maybe this dead end plan is not working the way I want it, so maybe going all the way around does not work the way I want it to. But I did try doing this first. And now we can't get back there, so that doesn't work either. I mean, I guess we could technically just start here, and then we kind of have the same thing, right? This is going to be the same problem, in that we then can't get to here. This middle one, yeah. So starting on these both seems pretty, like... starting on those both seems like pretty equivalent. So I feel like starting here or there makes no difference, actually. So what if we go What if we do like a thing like this, where we sort of, because we have to connect every vertex, right? And there's the end. So we're trying to grab all those by going around, and we get our dead ends. And now we don't have to come down as the thing, which is why we went up and down like that, right? We do the dead end again. We have our dead end again. Dead end again. This looks feasible. I feel like we might just need to back up a bit. We go get, right, there's a dead end over here. That's the exit, and we can go all the way around this way. I think this is it. I think this might be it. I think what we needed to do, yeah, was this this wiggly pattern on the bottom, so that we didn't have to come back to those centerpieces again. The 3 start points are very red herring-ish. Okay, you say that, but I really hate these Tetris pieces. I'm not good at them, especially when we are doing them in 3 dimensions like this. Right, so there, it's like, the way I normally always do these is just sort of draw them out at the start and sort of see what happens. Although there are only 2 here. I'd sort of just draw them out at the start and then just kind of see what I'm left with, I guess. Here's the problem though, is that they're symmetric this way. Right, so, and I can't get up there to cut that off. And there's two options for this piece. It could also be like this. 1, 2, so I could also cut it off like that, and then come around and deal with this one, potentially. And then the third option is that we have to combine them into a shape to solve it. But like my usual rules, yeah, so they're going to intersect with each other because it's 3 tall. We could also go like this, I think, which is what I meant to do there, and cut that off like that, leaving us more space on this side. My like usual rules when dealing with these Tetris pieces is generally like, you know, you look for the, yeah, that, there we go. You try to fit them up against the edge of the map, because most of the time you can't actually draw a full shape in the grid because you can't go through the same vertex twice. So generally, almost always, at least one side of the shape has to be up against one of the walls so that you can actually draw it out. And then it's about like doing the combinations to see how you can fit them together. Although I was worried that like my rules about how those work was going to flip around a little bit because of the fact that the puzzle is now continuous rather than having start and end points. Okay, so we got black and white things, we've got the orange stars. Okay. Okay, so we need to... Oh, it's symmetric. Oh, fuck off. Oof. So pretty much... So there's 2 options, given that it's symmetric. One is we solve it in the top, like on its own thing, in which case we're required to go basically all the way around before we do so. And that's going to be a bit annoying, what with the symmetry and all. Because we're going to have to cut those completely off. But there's another white one over here, isn't there? There is. So we would have to then, like, to do something to cut that white one off, which I don't think we can because of the symmetry. So the other option is we split it in half vertically instead of horizontally, and we solve it like that, right, from top to bottom instead of from left to right, in which case we would need to, like, separate these black ones in a way that works. But that does something bad to the stars, right? Yeah, so if we're gonna do it that way, we have to go across a couple first, like pretty much all the way, so that we make sure that we contain the stars correctly. But now we can't get all the way around. Would the stars have been contained there? I don't know if they would have. And if I want to solve it vertically, I can't go all the way around because then I can't get up because of the symmetry. Although the symmetry rules get broken pretty hard here. In that you can kind of go around because you can come at it from the other angle. It's not really something that was doable before. Right before that, what I just did there with the flat puzzle, it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked because you can't wrap all the way around it like you can here. You run into a point at some point. Okay, so to cut those off, can't go all the way because then we don't want to go. We don't want to cut that halfway point, I don't think, because then we don't go all the way. And we need to remember that the other one is also going to be cutting walls, right? So we should be able to wall off the black ones from the white ones with our own, with our symmetried piece. God, this is annoying. So we'll cut off, yeah, so we can contain these black ones with our own, with our friend, right? Like our other wire. Like that. Because now we're using our symmetry friend as the opposite, and we're drawing out a chunk of the center before going back up. The only thing I'm worried about here is if the stars match. They do, apparently. That's good, because that's why we went around the star at the end there. But we're cutting off the black ones in the center by using the symmetry property here, right? By using the symmetric things to get them. Oh, there's an elevator. I assume I still have to solve this one. Every time I see a round thing, I get like environment puzzle. Okay, so what do we got here? We got some hexagons. I think that's it, but it's symmetry, right? It is, yeah. Oh gosh, okay, so this is going to be hard to sort of like mentally map out which ones I've grabbed. So when I turned right, I have to go up one more instead to grab that one. And I'll come down and get this one. So when I turned, I need to go up. I hope that's all of them. No, I missed one. Which one did I miss? Ooh, that one. And that one's right in the middle, so that one's actually going to be a bit of an issue. I think we should aim to grab that one, like, right away. Can't go grab that one. So I'm going to have to go across a few first, so that I get that one on the bottom. I need to go up and left one right away. I'm going to do this, though. Is that all of them now? It is. There we go. Those ones aren't too bad. Does that give me like a bridge or something? Okay. Well, that went alright. I was really worried that the spinny was going to cause me problems, but we seem to have done it. This looks very promising, right? Like an elevator. Oh, hello. Close the doors. Take me to heaven, or the chocolate factory, or wherever we're going. Oh, there's new ones. Butterfly wing. Symmetry. Sine wave. Oh, endgame. We did it.
At dawn.
Sweet. Thank you. DiGiapro, welcome along. Oh my god, it is a Charlie in the Chocolate Factory glass elevator. Look, we're flying. I assumed it was going to go down, but it's doing the Charlie in the Chocolate Factory glass elevator thing. By no means did we solve every puzzle. We definitely missed a bunch of the like doors that have the video hexagons behind them. I found 2 of them, and I think I found 2 more of the doors that I just didn't bother solving the puzzles on. And there's also about 1,000 billion environmental puzzles that I didn't do. But I had resolved, once I learned about the environmental puzzles and like lighting up the obelisks and stuff, I kind of resolved myself to not do them all, because I didn't want to spend 700,000 years finding them, frankly.
In a stream.
Bubble in a stream. I didn't want to spend 1,000,000 years finding them all. Because mostly I thought that'd be pretty boring of me just like walking around and just looking for stuff. And there's a bunch that I pointed out and knew I could do, but didn't want to take the time to do them. Like there's one around the shipwreck that takes forever, and I tried it like 3 times and kept messing it up, so I stopped. And this game was great. It was a lot of fun. Solving the puzzles was fun, but I'm pretty ready to move on. I think I had a good time. But I am excited to move on to something. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, if I wasn't like streaming it, I feel like that's the type of thing that I might do sometimes. You know, if I have a free hour or 2 and need something to do, like I could see myself wandering around looking for environmental puzzles. But given that I plan on streaming, I'm streaming it. I feel like that would be really boring.
A flash of lightning in a summer cloud.
In a summer cloud.
And I didn't even do this entire half of the maze. Or I did some of it, as you can see, but I came to this hedge maze area before I did the swamp. So I hadn't learned about the Tetris pieces yet, and the second 2 puzzles on the other side were Tetris pieces, and I didn't know what they did yet. So I just left it, and then ended up not going back. But that's something easy I could go do and finish. But yeah, I used to stream, like I stream mostly like Blood Bowl and that kind of thing. But I had like a real desire to play puzzle games, because my favorite game of all time is Return of the Obra Dinn, and I had a really good time streaming that when I first played it, and I wanted to sort of experience that again. Streaming puzzle games with people,
A flickering
because it's pretty fun. You get 2 types of people in the audience, either people who have already played the game and just like want to watch you solve it, because it's enjoyable, and I get that 100%. I'm watching other people's like YouTube playthroughs of Oberdin all the time. One of my viewers actually recorded one and then sent it to me because I mentioned it, and I'm watching that in my off time now. So you either get that and like the people that want to enjoy watching you solve it to see you get through it or whatever, which is pretty sweet. But you also get people who haven't played it either and don't really plan on playing it. And then you kind of get like this couch co-op kind of feeling in some ways where like maybe people who haven't played it before don't really mind about getting spoiled or whatever because they're watching you, of course, have like suggestions or whatever, right? Like, hey, what if you tried this? Maybe that's how that works. And like, it's kind of fun to sort of couch co-op it a little bit, you know? I certainly understand that may or may not be for everybody because a lot of people that play the puzzle games want to do everything 100% on their own. I don't mind that kind of like assistance where somebody like tries something and then we go, oh, maybe, and they like do it together or whatever. It's fun. Oh, I deleted it, but or I've deleted it now, but something that maybe would fall in those veins for you.
Phantom.
That's totally a puzzle. That sun right there. That thing, that's a puzzle. That's absolutely an environmental puzzle. That white thing that just lit up, that's a puzzle. For the color puzzles, the first time I was doing it, I was very worried about what color precisely the puzzles were. Or what colors the squares precisely were. It's taking me back to the start, and it's like, go again, I guess. All right. What was I talking about? I lost my train of thought a little bit. I don't mind the couch co-op kind of stuff. What was the next words I was saying? I don't remember. Oh no, it's fun. I'm not one of the type of people that... Oh, right, I was talking about the color puzzles. So eventually I realized that it doesn't really matter what colors the squares are. Oh, it just boots... It just hard closes the game when you finish. Okay. I guess I need to open it again. It just hard closed the game for me. I assume you get different endings then, maybe if you solve all the puzzles or something. Let's open it up again. But I realized what matters is that it doesn't matter what color the puzzles are, it just matters... Oh, it's just putting me right at the beginning. And I can't turn around either, which is kind of annoying. What a refreshing puzzle. Much easier now. What matters with the colors is it matters which ones are the same as each other. It doesn't matter which one is black, which one is white, which one is pink. You just need to know which ones are the same. Because that's all that matters. And what I was originally doing was like color theory stuff to try and like add and subtract. So how do we line this up? Oh. Well, there you go. I see why you recommend doing that now. Oh, that looks like a thing too. Those are the stupid little triangles that I never actually understood. Yep. I never got these triangles. They were just on the puzzles on the floor, and I never understood what they meant. I got them right a couple times. Oh, is there another set of triangles? There is. I got them right before on the ones on the floor, and what seems to have mattered is that you just kind of like go next to them. Like the arrow, you have to go in the direction along the arrow or whatever is the only thing that seemed to matter. But that doesn't seem to be the case there. Right, so let me finish my story before I get lost in that. It only matters which ones are the same, not what color the individual ones are. So what I ended up doing for some of the color puzzles in the town, where you're in the like store shipping container and you can change the color of the lights to get the different sets of colored squares. What I ended up doing is I realized that you only care about which ones are the same. And you have 3 bits of information, right? You have whether the square or the star in question is white or black under each of 3 different types of light. So that's just an 8-bit binary number, right? Each value is either 000, 010, whatever. Because each square is either white or black in each of the 3 different types of light. So I went through each different, I took pictures of them because that's what I've been doing with my phone. That's what it's just been easier for me to like take pictures of them and then reference it rather than like take screenshots or whatever. I know the screenshots are pretty common. Yeah, and then just went like 111, 101, whatever for the different colors to figure out which ones were the same number, right? Anyone that was the same binary string was the same color, or at least the same as each other because they behave the same way, and then use that to solve it, which is really interesting to me. Okay. I don't understand these triangles. There's like floor puzzles that have shown up. Like there is a floor puzzle. If you do this, I did this right at this. This was actually one of the very first things I did. If you solve this one in a different way, where you send it out the window instead, there's a door that opens up behind it, and when you get out of here, you can walk around behind, and then you end up eventually on top of that up there. You climb those stairs, like you come around behind it or whatever, and then outside there's just a panel on the floor with one of those triangles on it. And then I found a bunch of them all through the game. I maybe found like 10 of the different floor puzzles, and they all just had like 1 arrow on them, and I never understood what it meant because I was just getting them right by accident. And the only thing that seemed to matter was that like you go past the shape or the square with the triangle on it in the same direction that the arrow is pointing, right? But I never actually understood if that was what was actually happening or not. So I don't know what these arrows do, and I still don't understand it. Right? Like, because I see these and I would go up. But that's not right. And I never figured it out. The problem with the triangles ones, though, is that I never... So I feel like if I go in there, I'm going to get something different. So I don't really want to... I want to do the triangle thing first. So I want to figure it out. I want to know what the triangles are. That looks like it could be a thing, too. That's round. Yeah, so that's probably one if I'm, like, standing up on something. Like if I go up there or whatever. But I already said I'm not doing these, and this is the problem that I keep running into when I play this game. It's like, I'm not going to do this, and then I get stuck doing something for like 10 minutes because it interests me, so I get stuck. One of these has stairs in it, so I get stuck there for a while. That's probably a thing. That's the way I came out. This one of these had stairs in it. It really is, and it's a fun game, but I would like to move on to other things. Like, I want to stream more puzzle games, because I think it's been a lot of fun, for the reasons that I've sort of outlined before. and not necessarily just puzzle games, but like puzzle and investigation games, maybe? Like deduction, like Oberdin, you know, kind of puzzly, kind of deduction-y in some ways. So there's a few games like that I want to do on stream as well, because I think it'll be fun, and I don't want to be like, this game was great, but I don't think I'm going to get a ton of enjoyment out of hunting all of the puzzles down forever and ever, like all of the 7 million environmental puzzles. I don't think I'm going to get a ton of enjoyment out of doing that, frankly. But I try to do them when I see them. So I can't imagine that I'm actually going to go and like redo all of them. Or look for all of them. I would like to get to other puzzles at some point. I don't know, maybe. I was just looking for stairs, trying to remember where the stairs were, so that I could look down on the thing that looked like it could be a puzzle, but I guess I probably can't, can I? So here's the... Okay, well that's fine. It doesn't matter too much. So I have a bit of a conflict. One, I don't want to go around and look for all of the environmental puzzles, which I feel like trying to figure out what the triangles mean is going to involve. Two, I want to know what the triangles mean. But there, as far as I can tell, there isn't a good way. Like, most of the other puzzles have had like a progression, right? There'd be like one that was like you'd solve basically accidentally. And the next one would be pretty easy, but maybe you had to do it in a slightly certain way. Like they progressed to like teaching you exactly how the rules work pretty in a nice way. Which is something I really appreciate about this game. Is that it was very well designed in that like they never held your hand, they never told you anything about how to do it. But the first one was often very obvious, and then like slowly ramped up the the complexity of the puzzles to make it easy, and like you kind of figured them out. But so far, the two puzzles I've seen with triangles on them have one triangle or 12. And that's not really a good way of actually making it easier to ramp up that difficulty. So, there could be triangles. It'd be nice if it did the thing where it told me it was wrong. Right? Like where they flash when they're wrong or whatever. But it's not doing that. So like, something that I think I would be willing to do is if somebody told me where a more complicated than one triangle, but like less complicated than 12 triangle puzzle was, and I just went and messed around with that, I think I would be okay with doing that. I don't want to spend 6 hours searching for them. But frankly, if I stop playing this game, I doubt I come back to it anytime in the immediate future. And I know me, I will be curious, and I will probably just look up how the triangles work, which is certainly a lot less fun. The mountain's elevator shaft. I did the one in the orange shipping container. Like, I've done a bunch of them. Like, I've probably done like 8 or 9 of the triangle puzzles. I just never understood what they meant. Because they were all, like, almost all of them I solved accidentally. So, like, I have two thoughts. One is go in this direction, because they're arrows. Number 2 is they're triangles, and triangles have 3 sides, so maybe I have to try to touch each of them on 3 sides. 1, 2, 3. And we don't really care about what order they go in. Like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. So does this work? Nope. So that's not it. Wish it told me which ones were right. Sometimes the puzzles do that. Okay, well, let's go see what's in here, and then maybe we can go look for some triangle puzzles. We'll reload it.
Never in my life have I sought thee with my songs. It was they who led me from door
Hey, look,
to
puzzles.
door, and with them,
Oh,
I have felt about me,
those are triangles.
searching and touching my world. It was my songs that taught me all the lessons I ever learned. They showed me secret paths. They brought before my sight many a star on the horizon of my heart. They guided me all the day long to the mysteries of the country of pleasure and pain.
But I don't see a pattern for
And
those.
at last, to what palace gate have they brought me in the evening at the end of my journey?
What is in here?
Audio by Wabi Sabi Sound. Andrew Lackey, Bo Anthony Jimenez,
Oh,
Jeff
that's just like a
Garnett.
credit.
Luca Fusi,
Neat.
Eric Lorenz.
We can watch the poor hapless idiots down there trying to solve their puzzles. Well, let's go look at those triangle things again. Okay, so here's the one with one triangle on it, and it's also a square. That isn't an end. That isn't a solved puzzle, though. Well... But is this somebody just trying to solve it and not getting it, perhaps? Is that the solution that we're doing here? I'm very much a doing person, though. I'm trying to solve these, so it is hard for me to extrapolate. So it's not shape. If this is like a correct puzzle, I don't know if any of these are actually correct. I don't know. So it's not shape. Because none of those are shaped like triangles. All of the subsections that are made with triangles in them have odd numbers. This one doesn't. Odd numbers of squares. Direction doesn't seem to matter. These are pointing in the other direction. But while I'm thinking about this, let me Alt-tab for a second, because I have a couple of options. I don't think I'm going to do much more today after we see what's happening here. But we have a couple of options for the next thing that we look at. Maybe people can have suggestions. I was looking at What Remains of Edith Finch. There's a bunch more. Sherlock Holmes Crime and Punishments, interestingly enough. Not because it's like a puzzle game, but it's apparently one of those, like, it's an investigatory sort of game where you're like trying to figure out what's happening, figure out who the crime did the crime or whatever, where it doesn't hold your hand at all. Like, it doesn't like tell you, look for this clue, there's a clue, what does it mean? Right? Like, you just literally have to look and figure it out yourself, very much like, Oberdin kind of thing. Got a couple of other things. That was an option. Her Story follows the same sort of idea, which is an interesting one that I think I'd like to look at, which is it's like a live action sort of thing. Like it's FMV, like it's all actual videos of like an actress, but it's videos of a woman like giving a police interview basically, and you kind of have to figure out what happened, what's going on. There's another couple somewhere. Bad. Thing is, I bought some of them, and some of them are still on my wish list. So I need to like scroll through both my library and my wish list to try to find the list of things that I would like to look at. Talos Principle I do have. Somewhere. Well, that's right. Talos Principle is another one that's on the list. That is on my list of things. Long story for that one, though. I own it, but it's on my Humble Bundle account, which I haven't logged into in long enough that it wants my two-factor authentication. My two-factor authentication is with my old phone that I forgot to take it off of. Meaning I need to dig out my old phone, recharge it, and then use that to relog into the account. And that hasn't been something that was on my... It's not much work. Like, it'll take me like an hour to actually get my copy of Talos Principle, I think. It's just an hour that I didn't want to spend when I had other games to play. There it is. The Vanishing of Ethan Carter is one that I was looking at. Tacoma... Outer Wilds was a big one that people recommend a lot, it seems. From the same like people that seem to like Obra Dinn seem to like Outer Wilds, and Obra Dinn is my favorite game of all time. So those are all Silicon Dreams is not really puzzly, but in the investigative sort of manner. Those are all things that are currently on my list of ones to do next. I will probably play them all at some point. I put them on a list because I thought they were interesting. I'm mostly interested in what people think they would like to see. Okay. Okay, so it's not... Back to what we were doing. The problem is I don't know which one of these is like a solved puzzle. I think it's this one. This one looks like a solved one. Maybe? So it's not like the shape. The shape doesn't matter. They are being separated, which is interesting, and the fact that there is a number of triangles, I think has something to do with it, right? There's 3 triangles, 2 triangles, 1 triangle. So one of the things that I was thinking of here is like, well, how many squares? Like, is it 3 triangles for 3 squares? But obviously not, because this one is 3 and this one is 4. The puzzles that seem to have... The other ones I had that had like 1 triangle on them, I drove by them in that direction. I don't know if any of these puzzles are like correct though. Like, I don't know if they're accurate, which is a bit annoying. I've been looking at this one because this is the only one that actually has like a thing that goes to the end. Yeah, but none of them are actually solved is the thing, right? Like, how do I know this one is following the triangle rule correctly when it doesn't actually get to the end? Like, which of these triangles are having it followed correctly and which of these are not? I don't know. Well, the one thing I see from this one is the same as pretty much what I was doing before, in that one triangle has one line touching it, two triangles has two lines touching it, or like adjacent. These three triangles have three lines touching it, these triangles have three lines touching it, these have three lines touching it. But like that doesn't work over here because there are no lines touching them. But this one, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2. Like, I don't know, maybe then I'm like they have to have that many lines touching them, but I'm pretty sure that would have, and that explains why it would have worked when I just like drove by them, because then there's only one line touching them. But there's only one line touching that now. Oh, but I can't go that way because then I can't get to the other one. The one line touching, and then one line touching, but I can't. I have to do one line touching that one like that. No. But that means this one has two lines touching. So like our theory isn't broken yet. We just need to find a way to actually draw this. So it's, how am I going to do this? I have to go to the top, I guess? No, because it's still two lines touching it. It's two lines touching that one. These are all, like, I keep bringing the problem down one. There's one line, if I go up at all, there's another line touching it. So I can go out. Like that. That should be fine. That was one line touching each of those. One line touching that bottom one. Does the direction matter? What did I do for that first one? I went over, like out one. It's gonna be two unless I go out somewhere. I mean, I can go out there, but then I don't know where I actually go across. I can go across here, I guess. One line, one line, one line, but then I can't get through. I guess I can go around the bottom ones like this. That's one line, one line. One line, one line. I need to be able to, I don't know if that's going to work for that one, because unless I don't touch that there. One's already touched. I don't even know if this is the right thing. So if I can come down. And one line that. That's got one line now, but so I can't go through it. So I'm gonna go like this. I don't need to solve them separately. I can go. I don't know. I guess I do. Because there isn't enough space. Oh, and that's also going to make them with 2 lines touching, or at least that way. Those now both have 1 line touching. That won't work. I go all the way around that way. No, those both have 1. No, because then I don't have enough space to get through. Is it completely symmetric? There's 1, 2 blank, 1, 2 blank. It is, yeah. We get 1 line touching those. And I have to go over. I get 1 line on both of those. I can go up. Get 1 line on both of those. This feels good. 1 line on both of those. That's 2, I know. I'm just trying to remember if I touched that last one. I didn't. So I would go 2 here. And then 1 line touching that one. Let's see if this works. No. Well, I thought that was clever. I guess that's not the rule. Both of those. Both of those now have 1. Both of those now have 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. Both of those have 1. Both that one has 1. Both of those have 1. Both of those have 1. And then this gets 1. I think that's right. Yeah, and then end. Oh! Yes! I just drew it wrong the first time. Is that actually the rule, or did I come up with another stupid rule that happens to accidentally work? Sweet! That pleases me. Okay, good. That felt like it did. Oh, that did something. Oh, there's a light. Oh, there's another puzzle here. God, I feel like this game would take 1 billion years. That sounded like it did something too. Is there like a new... No. Oh, hi! Look what I found, everybody! You could spend 1 billion years wandering through this place looking for all these little puzzles. Okay, well, we did it. And I understand what the triangles mean now, which is fun. Okay. Let's see what's in here. I feel like this is going to give me some sort of different ending or Easter egg or something like that, given that...
Additional contributions in modeling by...
Yeah, given that we're getting
Shannon
credits
Galvin,
in the
Alex Hayworth,
recordings.
Andrea Blazich, Eric Urquhart, and David Hellman. Additional contributions in programming by Casey Miratori, Andrew Heenick, Nicholas Ray.
Given that we're getting like credits, I feel like this is probably some sort of bonus thing, or like alternate ending or something. Wine. Oh. Given that there's like, I feel like I have to look behind fucking everything too.
In-house playtesting by Francis Dooling, Michael Calandra, Timothy Steen. Thanks to our friends who helped playtest. Daniel Ben-Mergui, Mark. Special thanks to our friends at Sony. Nick Sutner, Adam Boyce, Justin Massengill, Alessandro Bevenzi.
Big ol' island. A lot of fun on that island. This place didn't do anything. Right? The one where you were like had apples in trees or whatever and you're just like following the tree branches. That didn't give me a laser or anything. It didn't really seem to do anything. I mean, I suppose not everything gave you lasers. There was like these things out here too that didn't do anything. This obviously doesn't give you a laser. I don't know, bonus areas or something. You were watching me in the temple when I was figuring out shadows? Oh dear. Don't like the look of this. That's weird. Like dev studios. Why is there a body on the couch? This is like looks like a studio where people are designing the game or something. Is that an IV? Like a dead guy on the couch? Okay, that's not creepy. Oh, it just went dark. I thought that guy triggered a cutscene or something. Ding ding. I'm a buoy. Floating in space. I definitely do not have random guys on my couch with IVs, no. This looks like I've triggered a cutscene. Is it another, like, mildly pretentious video that just plays on the screen that I don't really understand? Hey, there's a puzzle on the wall. 2 puzzles on the wall. 3 puzzles on the wall? Computer. Okay, so we're in like first person view of some dude who is wearing like a sleep apnea mask. And leads. It just looks like a home sleep test. Oh. Remove with alcohol. Well, you're not going to remove it with alcohol, are you?
Yum.
Are you the guy on the couch with the IV that we saw? Because that looks like you have an IV. He was under a white sheet. And I guess that's probably a piss bottle. Or catheter or something. Project TR. We're like a dev studio. We're in like the dev studio for the game or a game or something. All the computers here. And I don't know if this is meant to be another one of those like weirdly pretentious videos that just got played when you found things, or if this is supposed to be like, oh man, that whole game you were in a coma and you're like waking up from it now. I don't know which one of those it's supposed to be. Hey man, it's going all right. Looks we finished the game, and then as we were flying back through after you get on Charlie's great class elevator, I was talking about how like, oh, you can probably see environmental puzzles from here, and I was talking about how I probably wasn't going to try to finish them all because there's other games I wanted to move on to, and we were sort of talking about that. And while fun, I don't think I would. I don't think either I would get a ton of enjoyment or people watching would get a ton of enjoyment out of me spending hours like wandering around the island just looking for environmental puzzles. So I was talking about that, but then it like flew to the starting area and the like grate lit up and I was like, oh, that is totally a puzzle. And then people in chat were like, I highly recommend you do that. And then yeah, obviously it led us here. The Mechanical Universe and Beyond. Why did you knock over a pile of coins with the pen? We also found the triangle puzzle on the pillar in the starting area, and we spent a while figuring out what triangles actually meant. Eventually we got it, which is good, because I had found a bunch of floor panels with triangles on them throughout the game, and I just guessed and got them right every time without actually understanding what they meant. But there's like some drawn out triangle puzzles in the area that unlocks before this thing, and you can kind of work out what they mean. So we did that and solved that. Ooh, I like that one. That was the sound where you had to make them match. That was fun. There probably is, but I don't know if I actually will. I don't think I'm going to spend 7 million years going and finding all of the environmental puzzles and stuff. Oh, we're in the kitchen. Nature granola bars, or cookies, I guess. I mean, if man was in a coma, he's probably hungry. Right, yeah, we had a little rant at the beginning when we first started playing this because I really hated the first bridge puzzle area, where the only added difficulty was that the puzzles were like obscured or would move when you did stuff. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, that sounds like a puzzle answer to the stupid jungle area that I also disliked. Those things. I ranted about how much I hated those, and I didn't think that they actually like added very much. In that it's the same puzzles, they're not particularly difficult. They're just making them like arbitrarily more annoying. And in particular, the spinny puzzle, the one that when you like move, it starts spinning. I have some pretty serious problems with motion sickness. And that spinning puzzle, solving it, made me so nauseous, I had to stop streaming and lie down for 2 hours. And if that, like, spinny puzzle had been very early on in the game, I would have quit and not played it. Because it made me feel that sick. But thankfully, the next area with, like, the colors and then the, like, dual bridge was really fun. That was interesting. that was definitely interesting. Hey, look, a puzzle. Can I click on it? I want to click on it. I don't really like the symmetry ones very much, but that particular one with the two puzzles on like opposite sides where you like had to draw a bridge to solve it, and you could solve it in steps, like with iterations. I thought that was very clever and kind of interesting. Like that right there, the little thermometer looking thing. It's a puzzle. I want to click on it. And then I was starting to not feel great with the 3D like wraparound puzzles that you found right at the very end as well. But Dejapra in chat was like, I feel like you should finish this column area, and I was like, okay, and I did, and that was the end. So I guess that was a good idea. And yeah, I was planning on doing more of this on Friday, but frankly, it's your fault because I spent most of Friday afternoon or Friday evening watching your Obra Dinn playthrough instead. So I'm having a good time with that. Yeah, I've been commenting a bunch on certain things when they pop up. There's a lot of like, there's a lot of aha moments that you that like I had. Oh, it just closed again. I guess that was the end. There's a lot of like aha moments that you had that I was just like waiting for you to have. Like it was just like you were like looking at stuff, and I was like, just look at this thing. Just look at this thing. But it's also very interesting in the like the manner that we both latched onto stuff in that game. Yeah, I don't know if I would have. It took me a while to catch that too. The manner in which we like latch onto stuff, I think, is interesting. Like I was trying really hard to get as much information about everybody just like written down somewhere as I could while going through. Like I think I had like Abigail and the captain. Like that's not very spoilery. Don't worry, anybody. Solved like before I went downstairs. Whereas like you didn't actually get your first like lockout of things until you had progressed pretty far through bodies, which I thought was really interesting, just like the different ways in which we sort of approach things. I was like, I know something about this person, I'm going to get it in there now. And like every scene I was like, okay, what can we learn from this scene about the next thing? Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm pretty sure I got that pretty early. I don't remember, it was a long time ago, but no, not particularly. Well, I mean, it took you a while to get the first one. But I think, to be fair, I think that's just because it's not necessarily super clear how it works until you get that first one. And once you find it, then it just suddenly makes sense. I feel like I should have the game up or something rather than just a black screen. Why don't I... oh man, my throat just went. Hang on. I generally don't guess too often either. But what I was doing was like, oh, like I learned something about this person, let's put that in there, right? So that I have it when I come back. And that accidentally led to getting a few. Yeah, I get that too. There's a few moments. When the person, one, you have to remember that it's set in like the 1800s, and two, when the person made it, he went to a very large like extent to find appropriate voice actors. Like he looked for native speakers of those languages that would be like willing to voice act those lines and stuff. Also, I found it super impressive that you were like reading the Chinese and Cyrillic characters. I just was like, okay, I can't read those. What are they translated to? But I know that they're speaking Russian or whatever. I was really impressed that you were just like trying to read them off as they were and comparing them to reality. It's just interesting on what we latched onto in particular. Oh, there you go. Well, that makes sense. That would help then. Do you like translate or like technical write or something then? Yeah, there's a few things. Like like listening to accents and stuff certainly helps, right? Like one of the very first things you like, you hear like a Scottish accent and then think like, okay, like when I heard that, I'd be like looking through and looking for who's like Scottish or whatever, right? But you don't start doing that until pretty late, or at least like where I am in the playthrough, you've started doing that kind of thing. Okay, that makes sense. I just got to the part where you sort of discovered how the like disappearances work, which I haven't gone much further than that. I think I'm on like part 8 of 13 right now. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, so if you haven't played Oberdin, please like close your ears. This is like your warning. I'm going to try to make it not very spoilery, but I am going to talk about some things that you might want to discover naturally. In that, like, so I'll if you want to mute me, I will wave my hands like this when I'm done talking about things that may be spoilery, so feel free to tune out until I do that again. The fact that the scenes, like, you can follow them chronologically starts to become a thing that's really important. And like knowing a person is present in a particular scene means they were alive like before that. But also you can see like what they were doing right before something happened. So like if in the next scene something isn't particular, yeah, exactly, the beds and the numbers on the beds, and like the guy that gets shot through the wall. Yeah, you haven't started it in where I am, but you're like, I can see that you're about to like learn that because you just sort of started discovering like the guys that are disappearing in the Doom and like what's happening to them by like looking around in the scene like before they disappear. So you haven't started specifically going back like one scene before, but I think you're about to, and that like it's fun watching you learn that because it's really important and it's kind of exciting. Right, like I can't really make out what's happening to this guy in the scene, but if you go back one more scene, you can kind of see what they were doing before, and maybe that'll help you learn like what they're doing in the scene after. Like it's really interesting. Yeah, so I'm happy. I'm excited to go watch more of that. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, that was kind of an accident. Oh, somebody. To be fair, somebody pointed the second one that you mentioned out to me. I had just guessed, basically, given that there were only 2 women. I was like, one of them is one and one is the other, and I put them in, and it just popped up as being right because I happened to guess correctly. Like I think you did with the Russians, perhaps, or at least the first Russian. You're like, these 3 people are Russians. I'll put something in, and then one of them was right. The brothers, yeah, that happened to you too. I just guessed with the women. I just put in something because I knew they were women and then got it right. But then after I had finished the game, somebody in chat was like, you can actually tell. And I was like, oh, okay, how do you tell? And then they went and told me what scene to go look for. So I knew I had to look for something in that scene when I saw how you tell the women apart. So like someone had told me to go look for that. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. It was the brothers that I was thinking of that you did that with. Yes, that takes a while for a lot of people. That was something else that I was going to talk about. Is that you like used the endings to get information, which was kind of interesting. I've never seen anybody do that. Because personally what happened was like, you can't come back to the boat. And I was like, oh, damn, better go back. Like, nope, we're not leaving until we finish it. Whereas you like did it to see if you get any information out of it. But yeah, the number of times you read like, the initials of the author of the book, and then like went to go look at the person who had the same initials and like didn't connect those two, well, I found very funny. But to be fair, I didn't for a long time either, and I don't think many people do. And there's definitely a few times where you're like sort of expected to make like a leap of logic or whatever. Like you can only really of the people that are not dead, you can only really 100% confirm without finishing the game that one of them is. Okay, we should be back, but I don't think I'm going to continue streaming. I just wanted to keep talking because it's fun. So I just wanted to bring it back and keep talking about it a little bit. Yeah, there's something else I was going to say. Oh, I saw you had a little like Canadian flag in your background. Are you also Canadian? I'm from the east coast of Canada. Yeah, there's kind of a few people that you kind of have to do that too, but they're the biggest one. But I think it's like there's some like it's fairly logical I think to make. It's hard, like it's probably more accurate to call it like an induction or deduction game rather than like a puzzle game, I suppose, to be really fair. Okay, well I am Canadian, so I saw it and latched onto it a little bit. Yeah, so if I recall correctly, it is theoretically possible to like completely logically deduce pretty much everybody except for one person who's only ever in like one scene. And then, but they're like the only person that's left, basically. Some of those things that you're supposed to deduce are obviously like fairly awkward or like pretty big leaps. Yeah, Sudoku kind of is a good way of putting it, right? Induction, deduction. Yeah, but it's not actual puzzles. It's like logical induction. It reminds me of those like logic math worksheets you'd get in like elementary school, where you'd get like statements that were things like, you know, Johnny like is in Johnny, Catherine, and Beth are like in a line. You know, Johnny is at the front. Catherine has two people in front of them. Like, what order are they all in? Yeah, those things. It's like that. I didn't know what those were called. But it reminds me of those. In that kind of like logical deduction thing. You kind of have to figure those out. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's like those things. Where you kind of have to figure them all out, which is interesting. Some of them are pretty serious leaps. Most people I've seen watching dealing with the top men, for example, just kind of guess until they get it right. But you can tell them apart that way. It's just really hard. There's a lot of people that you can kind of tell apart by like ranks and clothing and that kind of thing, right? Like the people that you kind of got there eventually with the mates in particular, like the people wearing the hats, but like there are uniforms kind of on the boat that you can kind of tell whether they're officers or not, that sort of thing. So you don't really like, it may feel like guessing, but it's not really supposed to be guessing, because the idea is you like look at the glossary or whatever and you learn and kind of see them, right? It like, maybe it feels like guessing, but it's not really meant to be guessing, if that makes sense. I have played the Ace Attorney games. I played at least one of them. I played one of the ones for DS. It is entertaining. I enjoy that. Yeah, like there's the things that they're trying to like infer, you may consider guesses, but like really a guess is just putting in a random name, right? But if it's like an educated guess, that's probably okay, right? Like guess in check is a pretty reasonable like approach for something like a Sudoku at like lower levels, certainly. So there's certain things like, you know, the big one that you haven't solved yet where I'm watching, but is driving me a little bit crazy watching you, is the midshipman. Oh, the cannon shot is one of those ones where you need to go back a scene, right? Where I was talking about it. That I was just talking about. What happened to them before? Like in the scene, there's a scene. Oh, well, like there was a guy, there are two midshipmen. There's a guy, spoilers again, everybody. There are two midshipmen, and one of them, the guy who's dying is in the midshipman's cabin. Like he crawled there and is now dying in it. And he says, like, you know, tell Paul that something, and there's another midshipman named Paul or whatever, like whatever the name is. I don't remember the name. So there's two midshipmen, and he's talking about the other one. So very clearly, he's the one he's not talking about. Yeah, tell Pete. So he's not Pete. He's the other one, right? But there's a few things like the mutiny scene. You are confused about it for a while, and I was absolutely confused about it for a while too, because it doesn't work the way you think it does. Like you look at it and you're like, is this person the mutineer who discovered someone else, or is the mutineer getting discovered and shooting the person who discovered him? Oh, shot by a cannon by a beast. Yeah, it's because the beast is the one that like moved the cannon and like, but and caused it to go off. Really, that is one of the weird ones though. There are a whole bunch of deaths in there that have multiple correct answers. It does. He does count. You can do that too, and it'll work. If I recall correctly. Maybe you does he not really? But there are a bunch of places where it's possible that you might have had something else wrong or had the wrong name or something, but I think that's one of the ones that works. I just haven't gotten to that point yet. But there are a bunch of people who have multiple deaths that make sense. Like the guy that has like his leg cut off. There's a couple ones that work for it. The guy that like gets anybody who interacts with the shells and dies because of the shells can have multiple options for the shells. A bunch of different things work depending on how you like interpret it. So they were generally pretty good about it. I'm pretty sure you can get either one. Yeah, there is. You can, for the person who got shot by a cannon, there's 3 acceptable deaths that all work. He can be shot by a beast, shot by a particular person. So I think you must have put in the wrong person, or like just didn't notice which person actually had lit that cannon. Or just blasted by an explosion, also all work, or all work for that person. It's fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching more, certainly. And I really want more people to play it so I can watch it because it's good. But we're just sitting here chatting instead of me doing things. So I'm gonna go do other stuff, I think, today. It is. It's one of the characters works. I'll look at it. I think I'll have to see when I get there. But it's one of the ones where multiple ones get correct. The one that what I assumed you meant by the like cannon scam is that 2 people actually die to it, and it's difficult to see one of them because they just kind of become mist, and you don't really see their corpse in the scene where they die, but. In the scene right before they die, there's 2 people pinned up against the cannon. That's what I thought you were going to talk about. A lot of people miss that. Okay, so I think I'm going to head out. I do have I have some Blood Bowl game. I have a Blood Bowl game tomorrow, like really early in the morning, which I'll be streaming. Not puzzle games. unfortunately. And then yeah, I was gonna say I could continue streaming after that, but I think there's something else that I need to do. But maybe tomorrow afternoon I can get more things in. However, I've finished The Witness as far as I can tell, so I need to pick up a new game. And I have a bunch that I listed off as before, but if anybody has any particular preferences of one they'd really like to see or maybe play together, I'm open to suggestions. There's a whole other zone in The Witness that I didn't do? Oh no. Oh boy, like a little bit, maybe? I don't know. I feel like I want to move on to something else. Because I think I like beat it, right? There's only 2 achievements, and the other achievement I would imagine is solve every puzzle. And I'm not going to solve all the environmental puzzles. Absolutely not. Oh, is it not? But it's secret though, so I can't tell what it is. Yeah, so how do I know which puzzle I need to solve? Okay. Well, maybe. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. But I have a couple of options of things that I want to look at or move into. For sure. Like the Talos Principle, potentially. What Remains of Edith Finch. Her Story. The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. There's another one. There's a Sherlock Holmes game, actually, that I was interested because it seems very investigative, which is kind of what I was interested in. Outer Wilds are all things that I was looking at. So if you have any particular interests, perhaps I will take a look at. Yeah, that's why I picked it up. I mean, there's a bunch of games that I was like, Obra Dinn is my favorite game. I would like to see what games are like, scratch that same itch. And people suggested a couple, and I've been playing through them. When I get a chance. The Witness it's not the same thing, but it's a puzzle game. I played through, or I tried to play through, The Last Express, which apparently is investigative as well, but I wasn't having a great time with it, and I ran into like a soft lock that a bunch of people had posted about online that I couldn't get past, so I just sort of gave up. So we'll see how I feel tomorrow, but those were a bunch of options. Yeah, I mean, maybe I was doing something slightly wrong, but I got annoyed and like eventually just went and looked it up because it's not really meant to be like a puzzle game. It was just sort of like an investigative thing. There's a bunch of different ways to solve it. Yeah, I do like it, but the Phoenix Wright ones seem very like they kind of hold your hand a bit is the problem, right? Zachtronic. I've played a bunch of Space Chem. I never finished it, if I recall correctly, but I think I got fairly far. And I also did a bunch. I never finished either, but did a bunch of Shenzhen, when we were making electronics. I played that for a while, but I got to the point where it was I lost interest in it because something else took my fancy. Like I switch between games very frequently because I get distracted quickly. If you haven't noticed that I'm just sitting here chatting about stuff instead of doing stuff. And I got distracted by it for something else. And both Space Chem and Shenzhen are very like you need to be in the right mood or the right mindset to think about it. Right, right? Like if you're not used to having played Space Chem or Shenzhen recently, it's really, really hard to think about things that way. And I stopped playing it for a bit, so if I started playing it again, I'd have to start over probably, and I'm not really sure how much I want to do that right now. Although another thing that I used to play a lot and I haven't played in a long time is Big Pharma, which is pretty interesting too. Like the fact that you mentioned Space Chem makes me think of Big Pharma. It is not really a puzzle game. I wouldn't really call it one. It's like a space management puzzle sort of game, kind of in the same way that like Space Chem is, which is why I thought of it, in that like you have a limited amount of space and you're trying to fit something into that space that accomplishes a particular goal. It's kind of like a chain production sort of thing. Like the idea behind it. Oh, I've played a lot of Oxygen Not Included too. I need to play more of that on stream. The idea behind it is that you are like the manager of a pharmacy company or whatever, and you're trying to like, you know, create drugs and sell them. So there's like a little bit of management, like sort of management sim kind of thing where you need to like, you know, balance whether you're making the best drug and selling it for a lot, even though it's expensive, or making like a cheaper one or whatever. But the way that you actually manufacture the drugs is by mixing and matching ingredients and then increasing or decreasing their concentration levels, like on an assembly line that you actually have to build out and plan. So you have to like, you also have these like sort of space problems that you have to deal with because you have to physically lay out conveyor belts in order to actually manufacture the drugs and stuff. Which I find like, it's pretty interesting. It's not like terribly difficult, but it's so the puzzle aspect of it isn't like huge, but you do have to like think about and like plan out kind of the way you're doing things, which I've had a good time with in the past. But yeah, I just finished an old Oxygen Not, like I got Oxygen Not Included run all the way to basically we were about to launch to the Void or whatever, the Tear. And then I didn't do that for some reason. So I went back recently and just finished that because the spaced out stuff has me excited. And I've sort of started a spaced out playthrough. Well, here, this is what I mean. So like what happens is you get you choose these little outlet ports. You can either send something out of them or you can purchase an ingredient from them. So like this one here is like they're purchasing an ingredient and it goes along the track that you've laid out. This is a machine that's gonna like this is a distiller, so it's going to decrease its concentration. Then we're decreasing its concentration again, then we're turning it into a pill and selling it, right? Not too complicated. But all the different drugs will like do better or worse depending on their like concentration rate. Like there's a sweet spot that you have to try to find. You can combine drugs to make them treat more than one thing, but then you have to match like multiple sweet spots. Often you also have to sort of you have to do specific machine processes, or like you might have a drug that like treats high blood pressure, but you want to make it like treat heart disease, so you need to run it through a very specific machine to upgrade it that way, and that will often like drop or increase its concentration by enough that it's out of its sweet spot and you have to start over. So it's right, like if you want to be it's one of those games where you can like get just as much out of it as you want to. If you want to just like play a thing, sweet, right? You can make it very easy and like just do it easily and like finish the level. But if you want to solve it on like the most different, like the highest rating or whatever, you generally have to be super space efficient and try to like balance how you're laying everything out versus how much it costs. And something you might notice here is that all the machines that are the same type are the same orientation, right? Every time you put down a distiller, you have to go in this way and you have to come out this way. So that when like laying down particular sections of machinery, certain combinations of them can be very space efficient or inefficient for particular reasons, right? So you can like chase the efficiency stats if you want to. Yeah, these are evaporators. You can rotate them. you can rotate the pieces, right? Like this one is horizontal, you can rotate it this way, but the chirality never changes, right? So if you look at this one having rotated from this one, it's still chiral in the same direction, right? It's always coming in and then going out this way. And then it gets more complicated in that there are like obviously, like you see people doing crazy things. Like this whole thing is one drug. This whole room is creating one drug. But it's a very, very good one that cures Alzheimer's 4 times, apparently. But you can see, like, sometimes they have more than one input. Like, this one is hard to see. But this one is a mixer. It has 2 inputs and 2 outputs. And it takes 2 ingredients and then swaps their properties around. So things can start to get pretty complicated. Yeah, like, it's not like a terribly difficult game or a terribly, like, hard puzzle to solve. It's just one that I've spent a lot of time with, playing around with. I haven't played it in years, but when I used to, I had a lot of good times with it. It was certainly very interesting. Yeah, I think I just did a puzzle game, so I feel like maybe I should do like a more investigative one next. So we'll see how I feel about it tomorrow, but I think that's the plan. Anyway, it's been really good talking to you. I think I'm gonna go watch a little bit more of your playthrough. Actually, I'm gonna hop off for now. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it a lot. It's been fun. I do these streams not because I want to like make a ton of money or be famous or whatever, but because I like to chat with people while playing games. Like, that's what I find the most fun about it, is that there are people there and we just chat and have a good time and talk to each other. And as you can tell, I like to talk about things that I care about. So I get very lost in doing that and I find it fun. So just having people in the chat to like chat with while I do things is 100% the reason why I like to do this. So I appreciate it a ton that you guys come and hang out. Thanks a lot, everybody. I'm in Sick Mittens, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow.